because money, wanting more money is always going to be the driving reason why people want to adventure. And I'm like, my characters can never say we're in it for the money for one simple reason. I very, very rarely ran a campaign where after the first adventure, when we split that first set of loot, didn't sit there and say, hey, this is technically enough money for us to buy a business, buy a farm, go retire.
Hey, Morph, did you mean to start streaming? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh my god, what just happened?
Yeah, spice and wolf. I got you.
Oh my god, I just had all this set and now it's all fucked up again.
Well.
Hey, I want to address that about the adventurers. 9 times out of 10, their driving force is gold. Well, us from Honeyland Farms don't search for gold, but search for quality honey and the protection of our purchases.
Now,
I think Duality's trying to say something.
No, I'm just really frustrated because I had everything set and then Discord did a thing and it got all screwed up.
Wow. Yeah, I love doing.
It means where all of the cameras were on the screen.
Yeah, I tried streaming for a short amount of time and I had too much pressure while I was also in college, so I put a pause to it. But I didn't deal with any of that stuff. I did all the DMing stuff, and I had a friend who knew how to do the technology stuff, and I was just like, "Good job." Yeah, but so back to the gold thing. I love doing the non-gold rewards. And when I do gold rewards, I use Matt Coville's Strongholds and Followers book. Love this thing. Got it a few years ago. But so it's because half the time I find that my players have nothing to spend gold on, and it's just here, have a keep and a village around it, and don't starve your peasants. Have fun. I play a pirate game. I play in a pirate game. I'm a player, and we don't have what we tend to spend a lot of our money on. Is we have a fun. We're at the point where we're looking at getting a bigger ship. I also play in a One Piece game. That's dumb as fuck, but it's so much fun. And just money is in and out in both of those games, just because you're going out to sea. You've got so much money you've got to like spend on resources, and it's like you don't know how long you're going to be out there. It could be a week or two before the next island, or it could be a few months, depending on weather conditions. Yeah. Yeah. I love monks. Monks are so underrated by the community as a whole. That's such a good thing. I might have to steal that.
Monks are one of those classes that people like shit on because power-wise, like, right, it's never going to be like the most powerful of anything. They are so much fun thematically if you play them right.
I don't know, because like
there's if you take like I made this variant human monk spore druid with astral self the rest of the way. As soon as I got spored the subclass, I went rest of astral monk. What's that? The human to get spell initiate to get hex, then the spore druid to get the extra necrotic damage, d6 necrotic damage per hit, and then the astral self is like, so every hit you're getting whatever your martial die is plus 2d6 for every hit. So
I played a Kensai monk, and we made a few minor adjustments. Like what we did is we had the martial arts die, which normally starts at a D4. We had it start at a D6 because that's not that broken. That ups the damage to where everybody else is normally. And then you just tweak a few Kensai features. Like all of the Kensai features don't work on magical weapons. Then why? That just sounds so painful. It's like you get certain bonuses when you're doing stuff with a Kensai weapon, but it can't be a magic weapon. So if you just tweak most of Monk just a little bit, it makes it a lot better. The pre-Tasha Ranger, now it had its flaws, but the Monk really is just a little off in just like 5 or 6 places, and if you tweak them, it's a lot better.
Depending on how you read Monk, a Reborn is real. I don't know if it's a Reborn. It's no. It's a Dampier. Because of how the bite attack works, it's considered a natural weapon and a simple weapon. So using the class feature, you can make the simple weapon your monk weapon and attack with it as, your bite attack being your monk weapon. Now, if you're go Kensei, that level 6, you're able to bite through magical defenses and stuff like that.
At higher levels, you can spend a number of key points up to 3 and then make it a +1, +2, or +3 weapon depending on the amount you spend. So now you're dealing, let's say at 10th level, now you're dealing Dex mod, I assume.
Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get. As good as it's gonna get. Nobody move. Don't do anything with your cameras.
Strength, Dex, and Con.
Yep.
Oh Lord. You know my favorite orc story through all, like, every outlet. My favorite orc story is General Nazgrim from World of Warcraft. That is an epic story. You start in Lich King where he's just a peon.
Shut up! Knock the fuck off!
And then, like, through the other campaigns, he becomes like a general. Then he dies. You fight him as a raid boss. He dies. Then whenever the Lich King gets broken back out of his cell, he becomes one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So I was like, yeah, that's... You follow that story throughout, like, 4 or 5 expansions.
Yeah.
Thrall's dad, dadgummit, the one that Gul'dan killed.
Ow.
I've never played World of Warcraft, but that... Are they the bad guys in the game? I swear.
Fact. Talking about Sylvanas? Yeah. I cried whenever she said "for the Horde" in the BFA cinematic. Bruh, it took me forever not to watch that and tear up when she said "for the Horde." Shadowlands. Well, BFA, she made that transition where she was like, she led the Horde. Everybody was like, you could choose to be her loyalist or whatever, but at the end, she's like, y'all are nothing. Y'all eventually die and wither away into nothing. And then she went to free the jailer. But what it was, I had to catch up because like I had to stop playing that game, Shadowlands, through the first mythic dungeon. I was like, man, it got too grindy. You could not play the game without dedicating 8 hours a day to grinding. But indubitably. But Mrs. would not approve.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently Arthas didn't get to come back. He was just like a little wisp. Like you think that he's gonna be something, and then he's like nothing. Like he's not even a part of it. Yeah, they built it up like he's gonna come back, and then I think that they listened to a bunch of the loud people that said, "Don't bring Arthas back. We don't want Arthas to come back."
Fuck Eddie.
Well, nobody will care.
Well, you had the Lightbringer, Sylvanas, everybody that was important from his storyline, and then no. I think that in the last dungeon, Garrosh was there getting tortured. Like you had like one of the main things was nobody went into the void. If you were even the worst of the worst, you went to these people that tortured you for like eons until you suffered enough, and then you went back into the cycle, right? Well, that was what Garrosh went to. Well, instead of like, absolving him, they chained him up, antagonized him, and then used him as a battery for sin energy. Yeah. Well, he escaped judgment in Pandaria, and he was in Warlords of Draenor whenever they went back in the past. That's where Thrall killed him by cheating in Makara, which is why the elements stopped speaking to him. So that's why he went through that whole warrior phase until he got tortured in Hell to get the right back to use it, which was in Shadowlands. But yeah, he got Garrosh got killed in Warlords of Draenor. Yeah. Well, when Garrosh was fighting him, he said some real... I mean, he was a villain, obviously. He said some real shit to him whenever he was fighting. He's like, you left me! You put me in charge with no direction! And was about to win the fight. In Makara, you can't use magic. And he fucking, instead of fighting him with Doomhammer, dropped Doomhammer, used, like, lack of better terms, he used Maximilian's Earthen Grasp on him, and then called down a lightning bolt onto his ass until he died. I was like, that's kind of fucked, bro. But that, about Gul'dan cheating and killing his father. Yeah.
All right.
I kind of hope that he ends up Polly, because I kind of disappointed he end up with Agra. Like I like they kind of in Firelands, no, the Cataclysm. They kind of forced that type of love interest on him whenever like him and Jaina were building up that frenemy thing that bloomed in, looked like it was blooming into romance. And
All right. Before we go too much farther, do we know what time we're starting?
I'm ready to go.
oh shit, my bad.
All good. I'm just finishing up the last touches on the stream room. But yeah. Hide that. Click out. All right. And I am going to click that button. And I'm going to start recording. Okay.
Ooh.
Yay, we're starting.
Nobody say anything stupid.
Good time.
So I'm not streaming on Twitch right now. I got you guys all kind of arranged. I don't care if you do your dice rolls with physical dice or in the dice room, whatever you like. I do have a window capture for dice for the stream. Unfortunately, I can't get it to display for you guys. Are you cool with that? I was one of the things I was trying to get working was get the dice into your field of view, but
Can someone just remind me what the command is to make it roll in the general chat?
it's
/roll.
Yeah, /roll space the number of dice, the sides of dice. Yep. Okay. So, welcome.
Cool. I do know how to do it.
Contents. Okay. Beginning the campaign. All right. Hopefully, I won't need to yell at the dogs either, because they decided to.
Okay.
Yeah, which is really lame. I was trying to find a way to make that work, but just couldn't get it going.
Literally created a thing in my note where I was like, oh, I'll just do it for the D20 and then I'll just keep copy and paste every time I need to roll the D20. You know, the most common roll.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, we're going to rock without Changeling this session because he has not gotten back to me. All right.
Oh well.
So we are going to kick this off. You guys can know each other or not know each other up to this point, but we are opening the scene with you guys outside a trading post and like inside the walls. It's mid-afternoon. It's a very like small, low population trading post. This is mainly where people come to have like a rest over and then continue on their way. You guys ended up here, however you ended up here. I'm going to let you guys take that over at that point. And you are poor. You need money. So you are also looking to see if you can secure any work here, which is probably why you guys ended up at this place. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
We are terribly sorry that we was not able to make those shipments as it were. It seems like your goblin problem has spilled onto our territory. Is there any information or where I might procure some information on how to deal with this menace that seems to be plaguing us both? Yes, William, yes. By all means, William. Well, let me take a look in my satchel. I am actually taking a look in my satchel.
Pardon. I should definitely take a look at the what is it, Dungeoneer's kit that I have. And see what the fuck is in there?
The Dungeoneer's kit. Oh, I should probably grab that book, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm actually going to keep the torches and stuff, being human and all that.
Yeah, I have the ability, like above game, like Twilight Cleric. I can give you dark vision out to 300 feet for like an hour.
Right,
but that's only an hour.
Mr. Honeybeard doesn't know that.
No, he does not.
William, I think that I'm good. I'm going to be searching for more information. I'll meet up with you at the end. Now, William, you know that I like cooking for you. Well, I got the cooking utensils right here. If I could get me a hold of some bacon, then we can have you.
Excuse me, Duality. Where?
Leaning against the edge of the doorway, like just outside of the post, and I'm playing with a deck of Takarda cards, which you know are for fortune telling.
Yeah. Dance is just gonna walk straight into the trading post. What is in here, Duality?
So this is more or less a circular section of walls made from stripped down tree trunks with a slight point at the top and a very minor catwalk going around certain parts for visibility and archers to provide defense. There's a basic turnpike style gate that lets people in and out on either end of it. there's a singular building that's actually a real legitimate building. It's a kind of like a small eatery. It's not quite a tavern, but it's got a couple beds in there. They do have some place to cook. They do make meals. They do have drinks, but
Closer to a hostel than a tavern.
yeah, there's no single rooms. It's all shared bedding, so it's all like bunk styles, shared room, like a dormitory or a barracks.
Well, then I'd say Dance is probably in there, and they will walk out, just kind of stretch, put on their chainmail, and come out and see the new faces. Hello. Are you new around here? I just got in last night myself.
Howdy. I'm was sent this way looking for something that I'm starting to think doesn't exist.
Yeah, truly. I'm just out here spreading the good word and making sure that I've heard there's been some trouble with trade, and I figured I'd come down and lend a hand. Do the good work.
Well, that is where we might be aligned, my friend. My boss, Mr. Honeyland, has sent me down here to inform the people that we will not be delivering on some of our goods and to find out what seems to be the issue.
Truly. Well, if our goals align, then I hope we can solve the problems of this area together. Protect the realm.
If you're go ahead.
Yeah. If that was a question for me. Okay. So also, because I didn't finish like everything that was inside the walls. So there's that one singular, full-size building that's more like a barracks / eatery. They do have some drinks there, a little bit of alcohol, not much, but there are a series of tents and a small shrine that's been built up for the local god of justice and good travels.
What is the name of that god, or do you want me to make a religion check to see if I can figure that out? If it helps, I worship Helm.
It is going to be Helm then.
Oh, cool.
We'll keep it nice and easy.
Yeah. I have already prayed there then.
Okay. While you guys are getting the list of things set up that you're going to be selling, you notice another wagon come in that it's a fresh arrival. A short, somewhat pot-bellied man in his mid-40s, early 50s, human, with stringy black hair, wearing what appears to be really nice clothing for the area. Not quite what the nobles would wear, but definitely above what the common person would typically have on when they're going about travels. They pull in. They get their wagon set up on the and horses up on the hitch near the inn, and they head on inside.
Can I tell what the wagon is carrying?
So it looks like it's carrying some trade goods.
Does it look in good condition, or does it look like shot to hell?
Looks in good condition. The wagon is well traveled, but everything looks in good condition.
Well, hello there, my fortunate friend. I see that you managed to bring your goods to town without suffering any incursions. You wouldn't happen to have any news from the road, would you?
Well, the name's Gaudrin, and no, the road's been pretty uneventful. I do have a little bit of merchandise I need to get down to the city of Thurmaster down to the south, but road's been uneventful, skies have been clear.
Well, I will hate to inform you, but there's been quite a kerfuffle around this area, and I would hate for anything to happen to a fellow merchant like myself. if you start your way down there in the future, please, if you see me, let us travel together. Give me a holler.
Well, I wasn't really planning on going that down far myself. I actually came here to hire a few people to deliver this box to a particular wizard.
Well,
At that, I look up and finally start paying attention.
Well, that is quite fortuitous, as I did not make any sales today, and I am looking for a little bit of change to get me by.
To be honest,
Well-
I am as well. Tithing for the church hasn't been as fortuitous as it has been in other times.
Well, allow me to introduce myself formally then. I'm Godrin, purveyor of magical paraphernalia, material necessities, and related items to many of wizards of note in the area. And just so happens, if you're needing a little bit of coin, I got a job for you, delivering this here box. And he taps a box on the back of the wagon. It's only about a foot wide, foot long by about a little over a foot wide, maybe about a foot deep. I mean, it's not a big box. It's a decent sized box, but it's not very big. It's like, if you can make it down to Thundermaster, deliver it to the Wizard Towster, I can kick you guys 150 golden lions.
How's the wizard's name spelled? Towster?
Tauster.
That is not what I had. Okay. T-A...
Tauster. Tausta.
Towster, wizard,
Definitely.
orderer of boxes.
I would definitely be interested in making the acquaintance
That is
of this wizard, and as such, I would be more than willing to offer my services.
I would as well. I would be happy to travel along the road with you. What did you say your name was?
Goldrin.
Cal.
Godrin, but I'm not going to be making the trip. This is going to be on you guys. You take the box, you do the delivery.
that is quite hefty sum for delivering a box. Far be it for me to question. I definitely want that money. Outside of it, can I do a sense motive on him? Like, that's a
Sorry.
lot of money.
Insight's the skill you're looking for, not sense motive. That's a older edition.
Oh,
Yeah, go for an insight roll.
okay. 1 second.
Same difference. While he's doing that, may I inquire what is in the box, or is that confidential? I understand it if it is. It's not a deal breaker.
Nothing terribly expensive or important, but Towster gets huffy if he's even a day late on these. Just minor spell components and things that he uses in his research.
Of course.
Those things can be quite pricey. That could be why he's willing to pay so much. I must admit, it sounds a lot like hazard pay to me.
Yes, is there any reason we should expect any trouble along the road, besides the north?
The roads have been nice and clear, easy travels.
I rolled a nat 1. Can I play that off?
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's just something about this gentleman. He seems on the up and up. Merchant to merchant, I believe we can trust. I know that it seems like a much, but he seems like a generous fella.
Fair enough. Well, do we have any? Does he need it? How far down the road is he? A day, a week, a 10-day?
It's it's a good 4 or 5 days steady travel to get there.
Okay, 4 or 5 days steady travel. And does he need this Like, when would it be opportune to like? Do we need to leave now, or can we wait a few hours, get breakfast, and then move on?
Oh, you can leave. You can get your affairs in order in town in the little caravanserai here and head on out. But you need to leave no later than this evening.
Huh, of course.
If you're so generous as to pay 150 for the delivery, I assume it wouldn't be a problem to ask for 10 of that up front so that we can buy ourselves.
That's not a problem at all. However, I do want to get this down in a formal contract and head over to that shrine with Helm and have the clerics sign and witness this agreement.
Well, I just don't happen to be one of the clerics, or at least one that's passing through.
Since you are involved, I would want another cleric to be the witness.
Before we sign anything, I have my companion. If you take a look over there to that fine specimen selling off those javelins, his name is William Thrall, and I would appreciate getting his input on this before we sign anything. Him being my predecessor and all. I just recently took the reins, and I still need his guidance.
Absolutely. Oh man!
Why do you think I added that? You spoke it. You spoke it into life earlier, so that's what you gonna get.
From what? From Jang?
I'm not gonna start talking about the circumference of your skull and everything. Look at the tusk on that one.
That might be a bit much.
That was a scene in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Some of that stuff sounds pretty useful though, like manacles. Yeah, nope, fair enough.
Oh, William. Well, now, it seems like something fortuitous has come across our front doorstep, as it were. Things happen quickly. These individuals right here, he's a priest. He is interested in wizard things. I have not gathered much information on those individuals, but this man right here is a guardian and is willing to pay us a hefty sum to carry a box to a wizard friend of his, and he wants us to sign a contract. Now, I know you know Mr. Honeyland better than me, being you being my predecessor and all. What would you what's that? Thank you. Right, portion. Gotcha. So, he wants us to sign a contract in good faith. How do you feel about that? $10 gold a piece, I believe. I'm not certain.
Godrin gives you a nod and he reaches into his onto the wagon and grabs out a bit of parchment And he starts writing down the terms of the contract. He says, "Oh, absolutely. We're going to be. I would, since the payment will be done, but in Thurmaster after Tauster countersigns, the Squire Marlin there will be able to give you the funds. But since that's the case, I want this to be witnessed by the most senior cleric over at that there Shrine of Helm."
I can go talk to them, and I'm sure I can get one of them to come over. We spoke very briefly last night. I barely even got their name, so. But I can go see if I can pull some strings and get them to come over.
Okay.
And I will walk over and look for the most senior cleric.
All right. So we got that going on. Anybody else have anything? Well, you were given a price that you felt was kind of insulting, but they said, with the fact that they're really just a caravanserai and not a full trade post, this is the best that they can do. And it was about 4 gold. Deal. Okay. If there is any, he points to the only single building that's inside this caravanserai. Yep. Awesome. He's like, thanks for not finding the price insulting, because I was nervous even saying. Very true. Much obliged.
I was gonna make a joke, but no.
I was just thinking how funny it would be if one of us came out and was like, "Look, I'm looking for a steel mirror, a set of
You didn't give away the manacles, did you? Oh, I didn't say that in character.
Alright.
Okay.
Candy, damn. Jarvis. My name is Jarvis Honeybeard. Please.
Jarvis Honeybeard. Yeah, I just had Honeybeard.
Do you want to be the one that like nicknames me Candy or some shit? Okay.
I think the joke kind of ends.
I think.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Much. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna go take a look before we get going. Maybe I could get us some snacks for the road. All right, let's wait for them to get here then.
Okay. So all of you are going to need to be present to have the contract signed, because each of you are going to have to put your names on it. So let me know when you're all ready to, and you're at the shrine.
Well, I'm looking for the high priest sounds too grand. Head priest. Yep.
So, okay, you run into a gentleman by the name of Layfair. He's the local traveling cleric for Helm.
I'm trying to think of a title that he would have. Would he have a title? Like, what would I call him as another itinerant priest in the same church?
He would probably be the rank of deacon.
Deacon Layfair.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dance. We spoke briefly the other night. Look, I'm getting a contract signed, and I'm signing a contract with the merchant to guard a box and take it to a wizard. I haven't gotten all the details, but he was hoping that you would observe, and I told him that I would ask for you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Where are you delivering this to?
The one damn thing I didn't write down. I forget the exact place name, but yes, I'm here. Tasta. He ordered some kind of box of spell components. He's in the next town over, about 4 or 5 days from here.
So you're going to be heading down the old road through Millbourne into Thurmaster.
Yes,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Gather your companions and the gentleman who's presenting the contract, and we'll go ahead and get this officiated.
Wonderful. I will go round them up and bring them up. Thank you much.
You are welcome.
I do so.
Okay. So, I'm assuming everybody's done the thing and they're at the place? Okay. This is a fairly easy contract ceremony. Everybody's invited up to read through. The contract is read out loud by Layfair with all the details as it pertains to both sides. Godrin's offer of 150 golden lions with 10 paid up front for expenses in town today, and the rest to be paid out after the contract has been countersigned by Towster and presented to the Squire Marlin in the town of Thurmaster.
I interrupt this and say, we're paying 150 each for the...
Oh, no.
Say 4 of us. Or 150 total.
And 10 total up front.
Right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, 150 total for your group to split it between you, not 150 apiece.
Which should be about 62 gold and 5 silver each, if I've done my math.
That's
$5 gold should be more than enough rations for the road.
I'm sorry, did you say gold? Gold worth of rations? How long do you think we're going to be on the road?
I said more than enough. Yeah.
Okay. The quill is passed over to whoever wants to take it up next.
I'll grab it.
Alright, cool.
I signed this contract, Jarvis Honeybeard. We have an accord. And I hand it off.
Okay.
I'm just going to read over it real quick. I'm just going to skim through it. Can I make a quick insight check just to make sure that that there's nothing here that I'm not going to be opposed to?
Go ahead, roll.
Oh, that's not great. What's my insight? I think it's like plus 5. which would make.
Yeah.
Oh, can I also guidance?
Sure.
Cool. 2. That's significantly better. 14 plus 5 plus 2, 16 plus 5, 21.
That's pretty damn good. So you give it a once over, and it is written exceptionally simply and to the point. The group is being offered 150 gold pieces as a group to move the goods from here to there with 10 up front. So there's 140 left over once the note has been countersigned. It's one of the most simple contracts that you have ever read over in your time of officiating any such document signings.
It's clear, straight to the point. Simple. I like it. And then I sign Dance, El Helm, or like whatever somebody who would be like orphaned and left at like no last name of orphan left at church kind of thing.
What'd you say your first name was?
Dance. Pleasure.
Dax?
Dance. No. Dance. Like the thing that you do. Like. Yes. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Honeybeard, correct?
Indeed. What was it then?
I'm going to make sure I'm the last one to sign, and then I will sign my full name.
Okay.
Now, Dans, you've officiated quite a few of these things. What happens if the contract goes unfulfilled?
Well, it quite frankly, it depends. Now, if we fail to deliver through fault of our own, we can be penalized. The church will, as efficient, the church will hunt us down and figure out what happens to the box, take the gold back, and so forth. If we lose the box, if we are attacked by goblins and they take the box, that's not our fault. We still may be penalized, and we do have to return the money paid up front, and we will have to hunt down the box if at any means necessary. But there is some form of, well, what are you going to do? The dragon took it. Implied in most of these contracts. Am I not incorrect, Deacon?
No, you're correct.
Yeah. So as long as we go from point A to point B and make an earnest and full faith and credit attempt to deliver box to point B, we're fine. We should be fine.
Is Mr. Honeybee already considering trying not to take it all the way?
Oh, no.
So are dads. Like,
I would not like to misrepresent or not fulfill a contract while under the employment of Mr. Honeyland. That would be hazardous to my health.
You just want to make sure that we not getting, how do you say, screwed over in the contract in case of events not of our own fault.
Agreed. He shakes your hand back. Much obliged. Just remember, Leave no later than this evening. He bows his head and thanks you profusely for the gift.
Dance will kind of like make a religious sign or say something like it's like may Helm watch over you. So shall we get to know each other? I would rather like to leave as soon as possible. I don't want to start traveling at night.
Well, it's a 4 to 5 day walk down the southern old road, past the Lurchwood, and you're going to pass through the town of Milbourne before you get to Thurmaster.
Well, it's not a terribly big box, though, is it?
No, it's 12 inches. It's 12 inches by 18 by 18.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you two know.
I
know
think
each other.
trusting the cleric with our funds probably would be the best course of action.
Kind of snicker a little at that.
I appreciate the gesture. Most people have trouble getting past the horns. If you wish me to, I was going to suggest one of you two, since you know each other. It's less likely for the two to run out.
All I could think about was buying food, just being honest.
Well, I'm sure that's the story. Well, I'll put it. I won't put it in my coin pouch, but I'll put it in my bag to make sure. We should get some provisions, though. I have a few days of rations, but I always like to be a little bit overstocked on the red meat and hardtack. Wonderful.
I'm gonna go to that shop and see if there's any pork belly, something I can slice up into bacon.
Sure.
I have 10 gold parentheses party in my notes, or in my inventory. If we're spending stuff for the trip, just tell me and I'll subtract and move it around and stuff.
Well, I do need, I got the cooking utensils, and I'll always have honey on me, but I need that bacon to make some candy bark.
Alright. Yeah. Like, however much, like, I'll just subtract for whatever we need. I assume we're not spending more than, like, a couple silver on bacon.
No, you do not. However, you can get a very detailed description of the route there, and I will get you a map in a moment. Yes. You're going to be following the Churnet River.
Yep. Don't have to buy like 8 water skins. I've done backpacking, and dry camps are not fun.
So what
How much for enough bacon to how much would it cost for 6 days supply? Because I will be cooking like every morning for that that buff we get. No, I mean I have the cook feat. I got a chef feat. Oh, okay, I got you.
It's basically, it's like having a magical box that's like MRE with something in it.
Okay, got you. That's fine. Yeah.
For the record, if they were MREs, I'd put them on my leather armor. They'd be better armor than the leather armor.
Okay, some of the newer MREs are pretty good. I will not.
Okay.
It gives you the whooping shits.
Yep.
Well, that's when you just take like the sweet stuff out and leave the entree. Yeah. I agree with him. That is funny.
We'll go with that and it's not going to be like it's high quality, good bacon. Like we're talking like smoked, dried stuff that's going to make a long trip. You know, salt and smoked.
So I think we should all have already 10 rations. Do we really need more?
All right, that's fine.
I have a
Real quick also, I created a new room in the Discord called Player Handouts, and I posted a map of the Heronshire area in there. You guys are currently off map, but you're by the Lurchwood.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I tried getting it to be the right way, but it keeps wanting to flip whenever I take the picture.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm sure yeah.
I'm sure me being sideways looks hilarious for anybody watching the stream.
I only have 5 days worth of ration.
Oh.
But that should be enough to get us there, I say.
Well, one ration is one meal.
Oh, the memories.
I would love to eat a month's worth of bacon in a single sitting.
Yeah.
One second, I'm checking.
If you have like the Explorer's Pack or anything like that, it comes with 10 rations.
I have 10 rations.
Okay. So, so I think an extra 15 should be good. I think you're right.
Easy
No,
pie.
Of course not. Making sure that your
prices.
Shovel? Shovel is sharp, is definitely something that we should get. I'm sorry, do you use that shovel to what hit people? I'm
He
sure.
is a multi-talented individual.
Clearly, a lot of grave digging work on the honey farm. Oh,
It seems.
I suppose I would.
The bee farm functions as a cemetery as well.
I assume then that the pay must be well worth it to convince people to do that.
I just so happen to have a affinity with the little stingers. I reach back and I tap the huge like honey gourd on my back, and you hear. But don't you worry, I've got them under control.
Of course, and then Dance will just like walk like casually just put someone between him and the gourd. Chainmail. Chainmail doesn't stop bee stingers. Yep.
Standard player's handbook prices.
Actions are
Yeah.
5 silver, so what you're looking for is 30 silver, aka 3 gold.
3 gold, and then a sharpening stone is what? A couple more silver?
Even know
Yeah, I'm looking. No, that definitely
That's
can
right.
be.
That's right. It's a whetstone, 1 copper
Yeah.
piece.
Yep.
And how much did you say the rations were?
5 silver.
No, I know, but how much is an individual ration?
5 silver.
5 silver. Okay, whatever. Alright, which puts us at total 6 gold, 9 silver. 9 silver and 9 copper. And 0 electrum, because fuck electrum.
That's it. All of your treasures being handed out in Electrum from now on.
I hate you.
Such a ridiculous medal.
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't like it because it's just more math.
That's why I use it when people complain about it. I do the entire campaign in Electrum.
Fair enough.
Aww.
See,
Careful, I'm going to get algorithm for those people, and I don't want it.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is like at one point I'm gonna make my own system where it's just like there's all these different. I'm just gonna it at once. I have like 3 that'll love it, and everybody else never. They will never get it. Well, the trauma response is just math. Ugh.
All right, let's wrangle back in. So you're able to secure everything that you need quite easily. And yeah.
Well, sounds wonderful. I can, but I think it would be safer. I mean, it kind of glances at human in the party. I think it would be safer if we travel when everyone is at their full vision.
Well, now you don't have to feel handicapped with traveling with a mere human. I managed.
It's nothing like that. It's just we all have different advantages and disadvantages. Personally, I can see quite well and near perfectly, but not all of us can. I can aid you in that fact. The blessings of Helm are quite good at that, but they don't last as long as I would like them to.
All right.
Sounds wonderful.
I'll go ahead and make those. Well, no, that's a part. I can only make those as a part of the long rest. If we
Not
take
a short,
what's that?
not a short rest.
One second. Let me take a look. Double check stats.
I can pull up the chef feed. That's what it is, right? No, I don't want an article on the chef feed. Short rest. Prepare food for a number. Yeah, you can do it on a short rest. Yeah. On a long rest, make a number of treats equal to your proficiency bonus.
And there's a grant temporary hit points equal to my proficiency bonus. So, all right.
Short
So I'll
rest.
just make the short rest treats.
4 plus.
And
Oh,
how much is
no,
a short
no.
rest in this game?
Yes.
Pardon. I was wrong. You were right. On a short rest, you can make food and recover 1d8 hit points. On a long rest, you can make food and give us temp HP. That's my bad.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we ain't gonna do that since. See here. I'm just checking here. See.
I just like to think that the distinction
Yeah,
is you have
that's
control.
something that we'd have to do in the middle of whatever we're doing. So I'd say that we just well, let me do this.
Well,
Well,
we
instead
can
of me
have.
preparing something for the road, I say that we get a quick bite and eat on the way.
Sounds wonderful.
Because I want beef jerky. I have beef jerky.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Much
Oh.
obliged, William.
Oh, are you keeping track of the party rations, or should I?
I?
Because you're technically carrying it. No, not
I
you.
think each individual person has like.
Well, you've got the. Well, I was just thinking because you're carrying the party stuff. You're carrying the like 15 extra. Then I'll just get rid of mine and add 10 to that, and we'll just pool food resources.
And when we actually sit down to eat, I ask everyone to put their either water skins or cup, whatever we're drinking from, together in the middle of the table for a moment, in the middle of the floor if we're eating like on the ground. Say a few magic words, ice cubes just appear made out of the same material we're drinking, so to chill the things. And I go, we'll always have these cold beverages as long as I'm around.
Ooh,
Wonderful.
nice frosty beverage.
May
I
I
don't
ask?
mind if I do.
May I ask what your master of magic is? As you know, I'm a bit of a dabbler in clerical professions, but what is yours?
My family are of the high elves of the northern lands. I was personally apprenticed to a human wizard, though, who goes by the name of Alexander. He
Oh.
sent me here hoping to find other wizards to learn under, because he had heard that there was some sort of magical convergence here. After a few days of being here, I thought that there was no wizards found until I came across this job, in which case I now know where to go look.
Well, always wonderful to meet a mage who is in the service helping as opposed to summoning all manner of creatures and making things worse.
I am very much the opinion that magic is a tool used lightly.
Hey, Rob, what was your character's name? First name?
You can call me Cal.
Cal. Okay, got it.
Not a problem.
Okay, so I want you guys to do something for me because we totally didn't do this in the beginning, and this is a great time to do it. Let's start with Dance, then Jarvis, Cal, and William. Go ahead and describe your character's looks, what you're wearing, just what we're seeing when we look at your character.
Yeah. So I realized it wasn't mentioned before, but Dance is a tiefling, purple tiefling, horns arcing back over his head, black hair, and reddish eyes. But beyond that, he looks like a normal cleric, normal cleric of Helm, chainmail, the symbol of Helm on the back of both of his gauntlets, which is it's a gauntlet with an eye, so each gauntlet has an eye on the back of it. I don't have much beyond that. No real scars. He's young. He's just an itinerant priest who's really just begun his journeys.
Okay. Next.
All right, so what you see with Jarvis is that his clothes look rather bulky. He's wearing them on top of his chainmail. You notice it as he walks, sounding like spurs as he strolls. His beard up next to the roots of his beard dark and amber brown. But as it gets closer to the tip, they get blonder, almost as if they were honey stained. He has a huge gourd on his back that he carries his honey hive in, if you will. it it looks like he is more built than he is because of how he wears his clothing, and he wears the clothing itself is orangish yellow honey colored outfit, uh, like a yellow Colonel Sanders, if you will.
11 herbs and spices. Let's go
Love
ahead.
that.
Are
That
you,
we have yellow Colonel Sanders on the team.
is that a complete description?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Cal, you're up.
Al is obviously half elven. He is a completely clean shaven half elven. And he's wearing green leather jacket that hangs down just a little bit, like not like a trench coat, but just a little down to like his upper thigh. And underneath that, you can see that he is wearing what was once probably a really nice, almost noble outfit. It's like he's been wearing the same outfit for weeks. And as such, it's just kind of like threadbare. He has a very obvious elven sword at his side. He's constantly fiddling with something. Sometimes he's playing with his Taroka card. Sometimes he's flipping a coin. Sometimes he pulls a knife that you're not entirely sure where he keeps and like tosses it. He's always fiddling with something.
Okay.
Right, so
Now,
I
does
guess I
he
am
does he
always
ro-
looking up to William because you are a foot taller, actually over a foot taller than me.
Yeah, you're 6'6". I didn't say my height. I'm also like 5'6".
5'4".
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
My partner.
Well,
My partner's
it
height.
does William use it as kind of like a walking cane, or does he have it in two hands, walking with it in a military style?
Yep. Dance kind of walks up to Cal. It's like, you know, I think we have found ourselves in some rather interesting company.
Say the least.
I think this will be fun.
I am expecting it to be quite entertaining. Let's just hope that we all survive the trip.
As always. No, Dance isn't whispering. Dance is
I was
just
gonna
like,
say
this
Cal
is
isn't
gonna be
being subtle.
fun. No.
Oh yeah.
Total subtlety of this group, non-existent.
Skipping.
Yep. I am watching out. You know, ever vigilant against the dawn. I'm just, yeah. Just in case you need it, because I don't want you to ask and give away the game. I believe my passive perception is a 15.
I seem a little oblivious compared to our cleric.
Hey, wisdom
Okay.
modifier plus proficiency. Plus 10.
No, I'm proficient in it.
My
and got a
passive
10.
perception is 18.
Christ.
So no, I just realized that's wrong. Actually,
Right.
no, I do.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, that's what that wisdom is. Like, my wisdom's still not great. Oh. That's
Ooh.
delightful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's my highest stat. My highest stat's a
He puts tomatoes in his fruit salad.
Potatoes.
All the salad.
All right. So you have 4.5 uneventful days of travel. Nothing like you know, what Godrin said's pretty true. The roads are clear, the weather's been nice, everything's going along pretty decent.
You're not there.
You're about 5-6 hours away from the town of Milborn at this point in time, and you're just seeing your first people since you've left the caravanserai. There's a couple of people walking up towards you. They look kind of like local farmers. They're wearing common clothes. One of them has a bundle of hay with that's bundled up over his shoulder, and they're walking down the road towards you. There are 3 of them.
Good. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, is it
Good
morning
night.
or afternoon?
It's going to be like mid-afternoon, early afternoon.
Afternoon, folks. Been mighty quiet y'all's way.
They tip their hat and give you this kind of feel like a little bit of a nod. And as they do that, 2 arrows come flying out of the woods and they fall on the ground near your feet. These are very obviously missed shots at you. The 3 farmers that are with you point to the woods and scream bandits, grabbing clubs off of their sides or a staff, whichever. A couple of them have clubs, one of them has a staff, and they move in like they're about to close ranks with you.
Insight check.
Okay.
Want to do the same.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's really good. And I'm guidancing myself, by the way. Insight. What did I say? My insight modifier. I think that's also a +5 or some shit. Yeah, +5. 20 because I'm rolling really hot so far. 24, 20, 26. Yeah.
Okay. And Cal.
An 8.
Okay. You notice that they're closing in rather rapidly with you. The 3 farmers.
You're gonna have to tell me because I'm using my perception check to look at the bandits to identify where they are.
So, yes, okay.
I don't notice them.
Okay. While you're not noticing them, I'll get to that, but dance.
Yeah. Good. Goodman. Go further down the road. Go back that way. Don't come towards us. I'm sorry, but I can't trust you at the moment. Go away. Run away. We will handle this.
These kindly farmers.
Is that a raised hand there, William? Do you say something? As you're doing that, 2 more arrows come flying out of the woods on either side. So one from one side, one from the other. 3 men step out, having 2 of them having shouldered their longbow, and another one with a longsword. They point at Cal. The big man with this longsword points at Cal and says, "Get that one."
What did I do?
All right, so Honeybeard he's going to have his 2 short swords drawn.
I think I owe these guys money.
I'm going to stand in front of Kyle and take the dodge action.
Okay.
Well, let's we better be careful on this one. And then I'm just going to cast. Is that a concentration spell? Let me check something real quick. Because I won't do something if a different spell is. It is concentration. I just can't remember if Fairy Fire is concentration. No, it's concentration up to a minute. Shit. I'm not gonna shield of faith you then.
It is initiative time.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I'm giving myself advantage on initiative because Twilight Cleric. Actually, no. I'm gonna give Cal advantage on initiative because Twilight Cleric.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so this isn't gonna work that way. Okay. There we go.
And if at the beginning of combat, if one of y'all remember and I don't, I can give somebody advantage on initiative. Like, I can give one person per combat advantage on initiative.
Oh, that's the reroll button. Okay. I'm sitting here. I put out a bunch of dice on this dice tray that I have, and I couldn't just roll individual dice there and get the result. And now I found the reroll button, so I don't need to keep clearing it.
That's a 15 for me.
They got 11. Let me grab a notebook.
I'm putting
pencil.
I'm putting initiative in the voice channel chat.
Oh, never mind. There we go. Dance for the win. You get a goodie tonight because you're taking care of initiative. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Huh? Oh, I was just putting it in chat. I can type it all up if you want me to.
Oh, never mind. I got a paper right here.
I have one. I can do it.
You want to
got-
scratch the sticker? These guys got an 11.
All right.
Oh, well, go ahead and roll that too.
Jarvis, what did you get for initiative?
15.
15, right?
Okay.
And William, what did you get for initiative? What did you get for initiative?
A 12.
William. I did, and then I asked you. Don't worry about it. So it should be Cal, Dance, Jarvis.
Let me use their morale for this.
William, and then Bandits. So yeah, the order is basically us and then them.
So the intimidation check. Do you have like because remember, 5e is one of my weaker systems, but you got a 12. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so they got to.
If I hadn't have already guidanced, I would have guidanced you on that one.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, either way, I rolled a d20, and it doesn't matter which way we go. They got a 1. Yeah.
Love it when the DM rolls shit.
Yeah. We might be changing this dice tray out for the next team. See how this one behaves. I might need to get spanked a little. So is there a list of results?
It's up to you. Yeah, it's like, what is these guys' motivation? Are they just farmers, which I'm 90% sure they aren't? Are they going to fucking, I don't know. It's like, are they more scared of their boss or of William?
All right, well, we're going to go with the status.
Unfortunately, you have run into the number one selling point of 5e and downside of 5e.
Yeah.
Rulings, not rules. AKA, they didn't actually say how these things work. You just make it up as you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're actually going to be using the 2nd edition morale system because it is exceptionally easy to do. Basically, roll a d20. If it's under that number for their morale, they stick around. If it's above it, they run away.
In case you were wondering what the frighten condition does,
I got it right here.
Cool, never mind.
Yep, disadvantage on ability and attack rolls, which I'm not really a big fan of disadvantage either, because it's not really that much of a disadvantage once you get to certain points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, alrighty. You guys are up.
All right, so Cal is going to draw his elven sword ready in action. If any of them move around Honeybeard towards me, as soon as they get next to Honeybeard, I'm going to strike the first one that does.
So the three that were intimidated are kind of like backing away because they're like, oh no, I don't want him big ugly. He's got a big shovel. I can pound you in the head with a stick, with a shovel like a stick. Oh man, I can't do the line right now. I'll do it later and I'll get it right. Hit you in the head with a shovel, so you think that's what happened. There we go, close enough. But so they're backing away. A couple of the three others, because there were the two with the bows and the big guy with the long sword. They're closing in, and where it's going to say one of the guys with one of the long bows also has a long sword drawn, and they're going to be one of the ones that you're going to be getting to swing at.
So I'm just readying my action for when it's their turn and they close.
Okay.
They can strike at me. I'm going to strike at them. I'm
Perfect.
not moving up to engage. I'm readying where I am.
Gotcha. My bad.
That means it's my turn.
If you're next in line.
All right. Then I'm going to make it easier for all of you guys to hit these guys, and I'm going to cast Fairy Fire. I can. It's 20-foot cube. How many can I get? Can I get the 3 coming out of the forest?
No. Wait. You can place it wherever you want it, right?
Anywhere within 60 feet of me, I can plop down a 20-foot cube. Anybody in that cube has to make a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, everybody has advantage to hit them, and they can't go invisible.
Alrighty. You can place it so you hit everybody.
All the bad guys?
Yeah, except for the one with the long sword and the shield, the big guy.
I'd rather take out all the ads as opposed to just have advantage on loss. So yeah, everybody who I can hit, I will hit, and they have to make me a dexterity throw.
Yes, and I'm going to say they most definitely did not do that because they got a 7.
Yeah, my spell DC is not that high, but it isn't that low.
Yeah.
So y'all have advantage to hit them. Woo.
Thank you.
That's my turn.
Right.
All right. I got the 15, so yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. So the guy with the sword and the sword and shield.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move up to him and make 2 attacks against him with my short swords. 1 second.
So I have 2 of them out because I need that for disadvantage.
What's that?
I just pulled another die. Ooh, I can throw it. Perfect. I just grabbed another die 20 for the dice tray because I'm going to have to roll disadvantage.
Oh, shit. I love starting with that AC. What is it? 18? Chainmail plus shield. That's what I've got.
Does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does.
All right, so
if you're attacking one of this, like the regular old.
Okay, so what happens?
Oh,
I'll roll the damage in just a second. I'll roll the damage just a second. But what happens is I've got the ability called favored foe instead of favorite enemy. It's an optional rule change in 5e. And what that does is I mark him for for 1 time in each of my turns. He'll take a extra 1d4 damage. So the next time I hit him this turn, and the first time I hit him next turn, so on and so forth. But how that looks is whenever I cut into his, like, just slice his clavicle just a little bit. I was like, it's feeding time, Purtis. And then the lid on my jar just, and then just a little swarm of bees come and bother him around his head, just swarm around him. How I'm flavoring that is that
Terrifying.
he's the D4 1d4 damage will be from them. That's the
Okay.
flavor.
Okay, because I was be like, we're starting level 1. You shouldn't have your subclass yet.
No,
It's
do
flavor.
you mind that flavor?
No, not at all. I was getting confused for a moment. I was like,
Okay, yeah. I'm flavoring almost all of my abilities that have to do with my bees.
gotcha. Cal.
I just quickly. He said he was moving into the one with the sword and shield, not the one of the bowmen.
Yep. So you don't have advantage to hit that guy, and only that guy.
He's going into the boss, where the rest of us are waiting on the lower guy.
Yep.
All right, he takes 9 damage at first. Now I'm gonna swing again.
Bonus action whack.
And that's a miss.
Okay. So 9 damage.
Just 9 damage.
Got it. Where is my pencil? There it is. And calculator.
How far up did I have to move to get to him?
Just about your full movement.
Okay, got it.
Actually, we're going to say your full movement.
Okay. That will
why he
end my
was-
turn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. They are AC 12. Okay.
Is this the big guy? Is this the big guy or not? Yeah. Then you have advantage. Just see if you crit. Worth the shot.
How much was that again? Okay.
Hey, 4 more levels, then you get multi-attack.
Okay.
Unless you attack with a light weapon, then you can attack with your bonus action.
True.
Okay. Who was next?
It's you, bandits.
Me, bandits. Wait, Cal said they were holding their action, right?
So as soon as they move in, I'm going to strike the first one that comes towards me.
So the 3 that were frightened by William there, they are moving in on you with their clubs. So you get your pick of 3.
I'm going to just take the one on the right.
All righty.
Advantage.
I remembered you held the action.
Woo! Either way, I got a 13.
13, that does hit. 12 is the AC.
Right. So.
Hell yeah.
I deal 9 damage.
All right. He is not dead, but he is hurting. Like you put a nice gouge right across his face. I think like the best description from the most recent movie or TV show would be when Tyrion took that axe to the face at the Battle of Blackwater Bay. It's a wound of similar appearance, just and placement.
In the show, not the books, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just
more gruesome.
Big, nasty gash. And now it is your turn. Oh, that's right. Here we go. So I'm going to do the 3 that have disadvantage first, okay? All 3 of them are going after Cal, but these are also the ones that have clubs, blunt weapons.
So hopefully they don't do as much damage.
Oh man, if you could only see this dice tray, you would be like, let me say, you're lucky you have disadvantage right now on these guys. It was an 8 and a 20.
Oh.
Yeah, so just one critical hit there. Next one. Misses. 16 and 4. Third one. What's your AC?
15.
15? Okay, 1-5. Efficiency bonus is +2 for them. They have the strength bonus of +2. So it's 14. And they missed 2. So now we're doing the ones that don't have disadvantage. So one of the sword guys is going to go after Jarvis. Because he's moving in toward big guy. What's your AC? Oh, sorry. No. The ones that would have done that. Oh.
Because
one of them will, and we'll do that one next. Attack of opportunity on the one that you hit already. That'll come up here in a minute.
My AC's 16.
Yeah, no, they didn't hit. And now Biggin with the long sword, because then we can resolve the attack of opportunity. Oh, that is gonna hurt.
You still have advantage on this guy.
Oh, dude. Okay, well,
yeah.
Let's resolve this one first because I just nat 20 as well on Biggins. So Biggins has a long sword. That is a die 8 +2. And oh man, refresh my memory. Proficiency bonus, does that go to damage as well?
No.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just to hit.
Correct.
Just the dice.
That did roll max damage of 8 +2 is 10. Double that up.
Oh, you just double the dice.
Yeah, you just
plus.
According to 5e rules, but if you want to roll it different, it's like 1,000.
Okay, what's the 5e one then?
It is so for when you crit. So for the longsword, it would be 2d8 plus plus strength mod.
Okay, so 8 and 5 plus strength mod, which is 2. So that's 13, 14, 15. Okay, yeah, muscle. You guys are gonna have to catch me because I'm gonna muscle memory to 2nd edition a lot. So yeah,
Don't
just
worry
make
about it.
sure to if you catch me, just let me know. It's muscle memory.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, so I took how much damage?
15.
15.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Well, this is why we keep healing word. Alright.
Okay.
I got the vapors.
And you did your attack of opportunity. You got a crit, and what was the damage? Yes.
Way to one up his boss.
Okay, how do you want to flavor his gruesome death? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just repo Dramatic Opera. Damn. Okay. Yeah, so like head opens up in the middle like a notebook. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And that resolves all of these guys.
Alright. Top of the round is Cal.
I'm going to, as part of my object interaction, draw my knife to my offhand. I'm going to make a standard attack against one of the ones that I did not hit yet.
Okay.
Okay, with my elven sword, and then I'm going to offhand use my dagger afterwards. But I'm going to start with my elven
Same
long
target?
my elven sword. The elven sword is going to a target I have not hit yet.
Okay. So we'll say center.
Remember, you can't use modifiers for hit on your offhand strikes.
Fortunately, I know that.
Huh. Ah, shit. Don't you just love this bot? It works 100% of the time.
Yeah, I grabbed the dice tray off Owlbear.
There.
I have advantage,
Yeah,
so I get to roll again.
I'm joking. This bot is fine. It's just, yeah.
You guys will see in the recording, I grabbed the dice tray off Owlbear, so there's like physical dice there being rolled.
So against that one in the center, I hit a 25, which I already know hit.
Oh yeah, by large and far.
He takes 14 damage.
He is gone the way of the dodo.
And then I'm going to put a knife into the one I hit last round with my offhand.
And remember, we're playing with that -10 rule. So you're at 0 there, Jarvis. The beginning of this round, you lost 1 additional hit point, so you're -1. You have 9 more rounds to be picked up.
I plan to do that on my turn. So
I like that better than death saving throws. I think it gives more time.
it gives more time, but there's also still more of a urgency, which is paradoxical. Yeah.
I crit the one that I hit before.
Okay.
I crit for 3 points of damage.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's gone. Like he was already kind of like staggered back, basically off his feet, and you just took down 2. Stabby, stabby, slash, slash.
Bad for the wizard of the group, huh?
Well, this isn't good. Honeybeard, are you okay? And I'm gonna cast Healing Word. And you heal 1d4 plus wisdom plus my wisdom mod. You heal 5 hit points, bringing you back up at 4.
4, okay.
Oh, brings him up at 5. Starts at 0.
Yeah, it starts at 0.
Oh, sorry.
The
Brings you up at
countdown
5.
is just the countdown till.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Oh, this heat is oppressive.
That's what I thought it was. That's why I was scared. It was like,
You should add that
D4.
in. Yeah,
That's a
I'm
meat
gonna look at
grinder
that
game.
later on. Okay.
But yeah, you're up at 5. And then on my action, because Healing Word is a bonus action, which is why I love it, I'm going to try to smack somebody. I'm envisioning that I'm next to Cal, and I'm just going to try to hit somebody.
Yep, he's got the last one with a club.
Yep. Well, let's see if a metal club is better than a wooden one. And I do have an advantage to hit this guy. Oh, that's good. Going for a crit. Nope. Yeah, that's gonna hit. That's like a 21. No, I think it's just a dirty 20. And now to show off my amazing strength of like +2. Yeah. That is a total of 4 damage.
4. You give him a good thwacking. You do not take him down.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Yep. You give him a good thwack. Whack. A nice brings out.
Yeah. And now it's Jarvis's turn, who is back up. And I am out of spell slots, so nobody faint.
Uh-oh. All right. So, what does my surroundings look like?
You are you're basically on a slightly forested trail running a decent distance away from the Churnet River, but we'll just say a forest/clearing trail. Clearing forest trail. Like the forest is giving way to clearing.
All right. So, what's how many enemies are around me?
There are 2.
2 enemies.
Yes, big
all right.
guy and the other longbow guy. Because Willie took out one of the longbow guys.
Yeah. You do have an advantage on the longbow guy, but the big guy is probably a bigger threat.
Right.
Also prone.
Yeah. So I'll take how far away is William from me?
15, 20 feet at this point.
Oh, shit. Oh, well. Here we go.
This is a tough encounter for level 1.
Yeah. Especially with that crit.
I'm hoping we won't be level 1 when we get the XP from this.
I was hoping we could I was hoping to hold sleep in reserve, but that didn't happen. So
healing might be more important sometimes.
Yeah, no. That's why we have me. That's why I'm the cleric.
This encounter is going pretty much as it goes in 2nd edition, so I think I got the conversions correct.
Yeah. Yep.
It says it right in the book, like it could happen.
I feel like we are in danger, but I don't feel like it's unfair.
Perfect. That's what
agreed. Yeah.
All right, the big guy takes another 4 damage.
Okay. Still not dead, but he is hurting. You can
All right,
flavor
1
that
second.
however you want, but I mean, he's got a pretty gaping wound at this point.
How that looks is as I'm standing back up, I'm pulling myself back up on his armor, and I slide that short sword into his gut. Ugh, that's what you get.
It
Oh,
has
good, you're not down.
padded leather quite easily. Okay. Next.
Hold on, I ain't done.
Oh.
Second attack.
Oh yeah, bonus action.
That didn't hit. but I do activate Beast Swarm on him. So
Okay.
my favorite foe. And that will end my turn.
Okay.
Somebody finish this fool.
I'm so used to just one action per person. I'm sorry.
Don't come back down. I don't think I can do that. Oh.
All right.
That is an optional rule, though.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It works in this scenario. You hit, and you're going after the big guy, right? Okay. Radio. Okay. He's a blood splatter. However you want to splatter him. He's down.
Sure.
Okay. As you do that, you see Jarvis's face appear as the body splits in half.
We did it.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to roll morale. And again, I'm pulling this from second edition. They have this guy has a morale of 13. They're listed as elites, and 13 is their morale. So it's a die 20. If they roll above morale, 14 to 20, he's going to run away or attempt to. If it's 1 to 13, he stays and fights.
If it helps, he is glowing. I don't know if that helps, but
no. Okay, and
like covered in moon dust.
He rolled a nat 1. His ass is staying. You say hello, and he's like, "Vote you too."
He just remembered he's outnumbered. He's still a better fighter. That's a problem.
I mean, still gotta die, but you know, it's okay.
Professional courtesy. I'm still gonna kill you, but like.
And I believe that's Cal's turn now.
Jarvis, William, you are so kind.
No, it's the bed. It's the bed.
Okay. Wait, I thought Cal went before the bandits.
No, Cal. That was a held action. Cal goes first.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So he's going to take his swing at you, William, just because you didn't make him pee his pants. He's not going to run. Does a 17 hit? Okay.
There's some scary words. Does a 17 hit? Everyone in the party.
Nope, doesn't hit me.
And then it does 5 points of damage. He just lunges forward and gives you like one of those like lunging stabs. Like he's like, trying to run you through.
There's only 2 of these guys left, right?
I
No.
was gonna say there's one guy with a club. No, there's one guy with a club
Yeah.
between me and the cleric.
Yeah, that's 2. So yeah, there's 2. Oh, I'm not gonna roll morale for the other one. We'll call his group morale.
He didn't see his boss just get cut in half. He was looking it up.
He's preoccupied. He did not see the yeah, exactly. I like that. He did not see his boss.
As you wish.
That's some famous last words.
Crazy,
Was the guy with the
great,
club
great,
going
great.
after me, who he just saw kill 2 people? Or is he going after the cleric that actually swung at him?
He's gonna.
Hard choice.
It's a hard choice. You know what? Let's do it this way. It's most fair. I'm gonna roll a d4. Who's odds? Who's evens?
Odd. I mean, I am concentrating on a spell. I am the better pick to hit. I also haven't been hit, so I'm fine.
Okay, then he'll take a swing at you.
Yeah.
I will never complain about that.
No, yeah, like
It's cool. I mean, he only got like a 6 on his 2 hits, so I mean, he's just gonna wail in on you with that, right?
yeah.
He turns and does a wild swing and really just gives the air a good once over.
Like bonks my shield, and I'm just like, okay.
I'm going to say he chose poorly, and then I'm going to attack him.
I also have the higher AC, so I think I have the highest AC in the party. Really?
23.
That's a hit.
You do 13 damage.
Yeah, you so however you want to flavor it, he's a goner.
Just slice right across his stomach.
All right. It spills out like a stuck pig at the slaughterhouse.
I was just gonna say, and then everything just pours out of there. How close or far am I from the guy that William is?
You could make it there if you can make it there with your foot, with your speed.
I
They're
only want
50 feet away. So I'm assuming you have 35 speed, 30, 35?
I have 30, but I'm only going to move half that distance.
Okay.
Then I'm going to throw my knife with my offhand.
Okay.
Well, nope. Oh, you do have advantage
I
on
have
the stat.
advantage, so I have to do that again.
Yeah, fairy fire.
It's so useful.
I hit a
Yeah.
13.
13. Yeah, because their armor class is a 12.
I don't do much. I just kind of ping off him for a single point of damage.
Hey.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
just a little ping off, and then I say, "You got this. Go."
Yeah.
Hey, the blunt end of the handle smacks him in the back of the head.
I'm good with that.
No, it just like kind of clanks off his ass. It's like the back of it just kind of clinks off his ass or something.
Stab!
Yeah, yeah. No, I was saying earlier, I love fairy fire. My partner and I, it's a long story, but it ends, and I have a necklace that has the spell name on it. It means something to us. Yeah.
It's
Uh,
up on spell, too.
yeah. I believe it's my turn, and well, I look at William, who's like, he's got this. I'm like, eh. How far is Jarvis from me?
15, 20 feet.
I'm gonna run over to Jarvis and I'm gonna make a medicine check. I'm not gonna heal him. I'm just gonna make sure he's good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's got cuts. They are bleeding.
He hurts.
Yeah, natural one. So
It hurts when you do that. Don't do that.
yeah, I would avoid getting stabbed in the future. It seems to be poor for your health.
Pointy thing goes into other person. Got it.
Yes.
Hold up. I gotta go. Yeah.
You're so excited to kill this guy. You just
Yeah. I'm looking at William, and I know what he just said. But then Kyle just smacked him in the back of the head with a dagger. I hear you, Jarvis, but I gotta stab something.
rolls to stab.
Going stabbing? I'm just thinking about the suicide booth from Futurama. Please choose mode of death. I'd like to make a collect call. Slow and painful.
Oh hell yeah!
You know who's gonna know what that even means?
Oh hell yeah!
Natural 20.
Damn!
All right. 2d6 plus 3.
How much?
I was watching those dice rolls go through. 2d6 plus 3 is what he said. I think.
Yeah, I can't open that window on my phone without booting me out of the Discord on the computer and shifting everything again. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll talk about it later, but it's kind of a pain to wrangle this any windows on this thing. I got to find a better way.
That's 9 damage.
Oh, he is. You have exercised the demons. He's dead. Yeah, go for it.
But that this is how I do it though. Since that's a crit, my bees that are hovering over the dead corpse of their boss jump to my aid and just in his eyes and going up his mouth and his ears. He spins around, and as he spins around towards me, I lob his head off. Yes, William. Hey, look at this as a bonding experience, William. You got to bisect someone. And he died to some bees, William. Think it through.
Um, before we get, yes, very important conversation. You almost died. Are you okay?
That puts me at
my
almost
knife.
full health. I'm 2 points away from being at full health.
I fully forgot what everybody's class was going into this, so I've been like puzzling this together. I'm like, oh, you're a paladin when you did
I like it that way, where everybody doesn't exactly know.
I just fully forgot.
What did you think was going on with those extra D6s I was rolling then?
No, I figured out you were a rogue immediate after combat started.
Oh, they cast a spell to get you ice cubes in your drink.
Yeah, rogue. He's not a rogue. He had extra D6s on the attacks.
Class is rogue. Yeah, ice trick is a racial cantrip.
Yeah.
I'm training to be a wizard.
There we go.
Yeah, no,
Right.
arcane trickster.
Exactly.
Hey, I mean, he still got me fooled.
Got it. I totally forgot myself.
No, yeah, until combat started, I was like, wait, why you got a knife?
Oh my god.
He must be one of those blade singers.
That was my
dad.
in character.
I just should have kept going and just randomly pulling out special abilities I didn't have because you guys were just going with it. I sneak attack. I'm every class.
Have you been streaming and with your mic muted?
No.
I'll have to get you a copy of this somehow.
Oh, that sucks.
And it's on default? Why is it on default? It should be on the Razer Siren X. Hello? Yes, there we go.
I'm doing the full recording, and I think Jarvis is streaming it too, so we can get the audio on your end.
I appreciate it. I will probably just straight overlay the audio. And I'll do that wonderful. Oh, I'm so salty. My wife was like, hey, babe, I messaged you, but you didn't see it. You weren't, we can't hear you. And I'm just like, but like, oh my God. Fuck me. Back into character. Fuck me, Jarvis. And he proceeds to start dragging bodies off to the side of the road. Fucking search them, take what we need. If they got gold, silver, fucking new shoes, I don't fucking care. I'll carry the excess. We can sell it once we're in town.
All right. Well, I don't think this clubs will do much. They're barely qualified to be anything more than sticks. So
I'm gonna look and see if they got any notes on them. Anything that would have been like, hey, rob these guys.
Cal,
I'm digging fucking graves.
Yeah. I was about to ask you the same thing, Cal. Do you owe someone money? We won't be mad.
I owe quite a few people money. Not anywhere near here.
Delightful.
Okay.
Do I need to
For the
roll
record,
anything?
I am good for, and for the record, I am good for the money that I owe them. Because worst case scenario, I'll ask my mom. But
It's okay. No, I appreciate you, baby. Bye.
But yeah, well,
All right. So you're searching bodies.
Yeah, I'm searching for any notes that say, "Hey, rob these guys
Okay.
out just outside the city, whatever."
You find no notes, but you do find a grand total of 14 gold pieces.
Nice haul. Fucking yeah.
1, 2,
No.
3,
14 gold pieces divided 4 ways.
5.
No, you can keep the. I mean, if everybody's cool with it, you can keep the 14.
And
wanna just-
32 silver.
32, 14 and 32 silver. We can just throw it into the communal and worry about that later.
Divide up
Yeah.
all earnings at the end of the
Exactly.
venture.
Yeah,
Okay, then let me add that.
not including like expenditures, obviously, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like,
of course.
you know,
Because we might still need to make group expenditures.
yeah.
I just want to make sure I got that right. 14 gold and 32 silver.
Correct.
No, not 620. Just 20 gold.
It one of the first lessons I learned. Never count your money while you're sitting at the table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to count the amount we have right now. So
And then the weapons are just, regular old cheap quality. Nothing to write home about. Just like fairly standard, slightly subpar long swords. The longbows look like they were homemade. The clubs are little more than carved sticks.
Do they got ammunition?
They do. Let's see.
Because I've got
I
a.
will say they got a die 6 per quiver. Find 4 total arrows.
Okay. Anybody here use arrows?
Use a
Not
short
well.
bow. Those are too big for me.
I can use them.
All right. Here you
Grab
go,
that long sword.
Jarvis. He just
Someone grab that long sword. It's not the best made. Even a cheap made long sword is worth money.
here, pass it over, and I'll sharpen it up. Yeah. So William will take the longsword, put it on his hip, and he'll sharpen up later, and see about either selling it or using it, depending on what we need. William will dig graves for all of them. It'll be a communal grave, so it'll just be one big long grave that's about 5 to 6 feet deep. We got everything we need all off of them.
I'll just do a second once over to make sure that you found it. Everything drops.
I'm going to take a short rest while they do that.
Okay.
I will, if I can get in on that short rest, I will definitely, because
You guys have time to do that.
Hey,
fuck, I
quick
don't get
question.
any spells.
Yeah.
Can somebody break a gold for me?
Of course, I have the Crouton silver here. Any particular reason?
I follow Ouija's. It's customary to bury the dead with 2 tokens.
Well, yes. Unless there are any objections taking it from our collective gold, I don't see any. For the dead, I can pray over them, even if you would like.
If you feel the right to. And he will hand you one of his gold to break it into. Actually, he'll hand you. How many were there?
There were a total of 6 bodies.
Okay, so he's going to hand you his 2 gold and break those into silver, which will give him.
That's now 22 gold and 21 silver.
Yeah.
You now have 20 extra silver.
Yep, and then I'm going to take 6 of that, which means I've got 14 silver.
All right, I'm going to for my short rest, I am going to take out my cooking utensils, pour some honey in a pan, and render it till it caramelizes. And I'm going to take some of our dehydrated bacon and cover it in the kind of caramel honey until it crystallizes. Let it dry out, crystallize. So that'll be our. If you eat it during the short rest, you'll get 1d8 plus the hit dice you roll to regain your health.
You going up with William, you will see him pull a single canid tooth from each of their skulls as he buries them.
As you're doing this, I will just Dance will just give a quick prayer, basically saying, generally it's like, though I did not know them, though we had to kill them, I still wish them a speedy and efficient journey to the afterlife, and may their souls be protected against the whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll place the two silver in each of their hands, placed across their chests. He'll begin burying them, and then he proceeds to just kind of he doesn't lower his head. He sticks his shovel in when he's done. He pulls off his pauldron and he places it on it, and he sits there. He just sits there for a solid, like, for the rest of the short rest. He just sits there.
After the short rest is over, I will ask you about the teeth, but that's post short rest thing.
I'm going to make a
as
comment
you're-
about that. I find it
as you're-
interesting that you care enough about your foe, bury them with Queen for the ferryman. You also see no problem with desecrating the corpse, remove the teeth, assuming trophy.
They're not trophies. It's out of respect. And he proceeds to pull a small pouch out where you'll see like a bag of maybe 30, 40 teeth. These are people who fought well, fought hard, no matter the reason. It's a reminder of the lives I've taken and the people I've buried. So I don't forget that the whole point of my journey is to be better. But I can
Jarvis.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
But I can see where you're coming from.
After Jarvis prepares the meal and everything and eats, he'll walk up while William's finishing his rest. He's sitting there, finish that conversation with Kyle, and I'll kind of just quietly hand him the food, and I'll be like, well, I don't quite understand why you do what you do, but damn it, you're good at it.
William doesn't... His knee-jerk reaction to that is actually kind of a discomfort. It's very obvious that, like, the idea of being good at burying people is not necessarily the thing he wants people to pull from this conversation. But
That's not what he was talking about, the fighting, but...
Yeah. But it's just in the context of what's going on. The first thing across his mind is the burying. And he kind of nods, and he's like, if you would prefer me, worst case, God's forbid, if you guys pass, I will bury you, but if you prefer me not to take your tooth, I'll leave it.
Is the tooth just for the reminder?
It's for the reminder, and it's also what I was told to do. By Ouija's, when I dreamed.
I would prefer to never have to be buried by you, but if I do, spirit will have long left my body. Make what you wish.
I would say if the vines will it, but you are contractually obligated to bury me.
Yeah, but I don't have to take your tooth if you don't want me to.
Fair enough.
I simply don't care.
I was just gonna say now I pay very close attention to what the cleric says.
I don't care too much. My god does not. As long as my body is buried or burned or otherwise suitably disposed of, and not, you may bury me as according to your faith. I do not have anything specific.
Which does lead me to ask, and this is the worst case. Do y'all have a preference? Burning, burial? Personally, burn me.
The grave digger wishes to be burned.
Yeah, I dig graves, and there are a lot of things that dig up graves, and I just like to stay underneath.
Fair enough. Well, I guess by the same token, if it's all feasible, burn.
Do you even burn?
Yes, but it takes longer. And by the way, out of character, we should have had temp HP for that fight, shouldn't we?
No.
There was nothing that would have given.
The short rest, long rest. Remember, you corrected it.
Yeah, we did a short rest. We didn't do. We didn't.
No, but it's been multiple days.
Multiple days. We've taken
multiple long rests. Well, it wasn't declared that the meals were cooked during that time period, so we need to declare that, or else we can't really benefit from that.
Just need to remember that going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realized that like as soon as the combat finished, and I was like,
fucking everybody holding their guts. We should have had a bonus.
I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't.
If only we ate beforehand. Never fought on the empty stomach.
But
I didn't get hit that entire time. Yeah.
Congratulations. But yeah.
The DM will remember this.
I'm going to tell you that Coralon teaches that an elf passes, their spirit passes directly through the revelry, the great halls. Burn me, bury me, makes no difference.
All right.
Body's merely a vessel. That
Merely
is
a
what you
vessel.
believe. That is what you believe.
Also, if I do pass 2 copper pieces, that's all I need.
Not the full toll.
That money can be used for better things. And there are ways to earn your passing after you pass.
My friend, I believe I do like you. So
that's real
we
interesting.
changed the subject from this very dour one.
Oh yeah, how did you like your treats? Did you like your treats?
You just holding out the fucking honey jerky. How'd you like your treats? You like your treats? They're delicious. Thank you.
Quite good, Mr. Honeybeard.
I promise he's not actually a villain, despite how he sounds 80% of the time. Fucking pulled out the My Precious at one point during battle, and I was like, "Excuse me."
Did you say when we first started, and you were like, "Oh, well, I know these roads are rough, and there have been bandits, so maybe you'd hire." I'm like, "Is this guy like trying to offer a protection racket? If you don't pay me, your caravan's gonna."
It's called upselling. It's called upselling. That's what we call it.
Well,
I'd like to think these conversations
shall
are
we
actually... sorry.
Should we get moving along? I really don't want to get ambushed by bandits if they have friends.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, we're right outside we're not too far outside the city, right?
Several hours away.
All right.
You'll get there by early evening.
Let's fucking
several
go.
hours outside of the town of Melbourne, or are we several hours out of the town of
Melbourne?
Town of Thurm.
Melbourne. Melbourne's the first stop along the way.
Okay.
He's During that short rest, he proceeds to sharpen his shovel and the sword.
Okay.
Which just for communicative reasons, whenever you use a whetstone, when you spend 1 minute sharpening a single non-magical weapon or up to 5 pieces of non-magical ammunition, a whetstone will grant that item non-magical +1 bonus to attack damage.
Holy
attack
shit,
damage
really?
for the next 8 hours and 1 hour less per every battle. No weapon or piece of ammunition can benefit from more than 1 whetstone bonus at a time. This action can be done during a short or long rest as well. This whetstone has no effect on magical items of any kind, so it's just a +1 to anything you take the time on a short rest to do.
I assume anything that deals slashing damage. It would be a little bit weird if I sharpened the mace and it did more damage.
It says a weapon.
Yeah, but I don't like.
Common sense says.
A single non-magical weapon. Hand it over, man. I'll make that stone shine.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's take this quarterstaff. Shink, shink, shink.
It catches. It
See,
shines. It shines afterwards. It's such a fine a shine that it
What?
temporarily blinds a guy for a split second. You get that thwack in. You're like, ah.
I wonder how Kensei would work with that, because
knuckles on it.
Yeah.
Knuckles
like the
on it.
weapon, you can use a weapon for a Kensei monk, and then it ignores magical resistance, but it doesn't make the weapon magical. Would the whetstone still give it the plus to damage?
As long as it's a non-magical
so.
weapon, yeah. 'Cause-
And follow-up question: monks' hands and feet count as weapons?
It's a non-magical
Rub
weapon.
The knuckles. Good.
It's a
Yeah,
non-magical.
so we're gonna play with some common sense here. No, you can't sharpen blunt instruments, and no, you can't sharpen your fists.
See, if you sharpen the clubs, then they're just spears.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the inner homebrew and jokester in me to be like, you know what? Fuck it, man. That lich really pissed you off. Sharp.
I mean, mechanically it works, but yeah, we're not gonna.
The monk who's just really done with the fucking BBEG. You know what, motherfucker? Just
Wolverines there. Fucking.
all right. So we're making the last few hours of our walk.
So,
Discussing the merits of whetstones.
the last few hours are wholly uneventful, except for the Tarask that pops up out of the woods. No, I'm kidding. That doesn't happen.
Man, I really like this plane of existence.
He's dressed like the Easter Bunny. He's like, he's all dressed up like the Easter Bunny, and he speaks perfectly broken common. He's like, "Do you know where the Easter Bunny hides his eggs?" And then he just kind of like runs down the road.
Just this 10-story fucking monster.
That sounds like the 5e Tarask.
You know what? I'm not eating any more of your honeyed treats. I don't want to know what sort of mushrooms you put in them. That shit's crazy. No.
Now, Honeyland Farms is known for its pure medicinal honey.
It's psychedelic.
It comes from the Burning Man fields. It's burning honey. But no, it's a very uneventful way there. You arrive in early evening. It's a pretty small town. Now, in the chat for the video call, I did post 3 handouts. The one that has player handout number 1, that's going to be the map of the town. So you're coming in from the west.
Brilliant.
So you see the equivalent of that as right now as the skyline and what you can see walking in. But this will be your map of town.
Okay.
And for people on the stream, I have it right in the middle of the view. So
Okay. There's some interesting things here. Poking out immediately to me is the market, the warehouse, the boathouse, and the temple. Did I say the mansion? But like, those are the things that stick out to me.
Oh, let's see. When we get in,
It's in VC. Like, so you go to the VC and it's where
no,
a lot of us have been.
I see it. I'm just where are we
I
delivering
don't
this
see
again?
it.
So
Alright.
this is Milborn. You're not delivering here.
Okay.
This is the first stop along the way.
All right. So
We've still got a few. We've got another what? How many days travel? Like 2 days travel?
You are looking at about. I wish I kept my ruler right there because I even have this all to scale. What is wrong with me? Why did I do that? Oh, son of a bitch! I just spilled water on my book.
Oh
probably
no,
about 2
no.
days.
About 2 days.
Yeah.
William is going to look at the group. First thing I want to try to do is I want to try to sell this sword and axe at a decent price.
We probably need more. We probably need more rations as well.
Let's
We have
see.
Low.
4 times 2 times 4. Yeah, 4 times 2, that's going to be 8 times 4, that's 16.
32.
Yeah, so we went through almost all our rations as a group. No, we did go through all our rations as a group, actually.
Well, shit.
I'm glad we got the extra.
Yep. And we got the extra funds. So nice of those bandits to donate to our noble cause.
Right?
Oh yeah, no, we went through all our rations. Like, because we had 32 rations, so there was a couple days we only had 1 meal.
No, because that was just yours, mine,
Oh,
and extra.
That's right.
The others in pool.
Yeah, they had their. So we're good. We're good. So we need to go ahead and
We
buy.
still need more.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and cover rations,
Yes.
I'll go ahead and try to make some sales, gather some more funds. Anybody got something they don't need? Pawn it off.
I'll hold on to the rations.
All right.
You know, as much as I would love to get some more, I really do want to keep this crowbar in hand.
Oh no, crowbars are great. Swinging, opening boxes, cracking heads. Brilliant.
Never know when you'll need a crowbar. So
Alright.
I think I'll keep what I have.
Pretty decent. Putting pins in between the pages so they don't stick together.
So 5 silver is a ration, and we need
roughly 3 more
how
days,
many-
because it's about 2.5 days, he said. So roughly 3 more days worth of rations.
Yeah. How many rations do you guys have? Because we used what did we say? 32 rations total.
Yeah, we used 32 plus 3 from individuals.
I'll put 5 more in now, and say that I will donate my 5 since I've been eating some of yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel so dumb.
It's all good, mate. Like, you haven't broken in a book until it's been baptized.
Well, this one's about 20 years old. 20, 30.
Oh.
Yeah, this one's about 20 years old.
I had I had my player's handbook, my dungeon master's guide, my copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and something else in my backpack once, and I went to a D&D thing, and then I packed it all back in, and somebody gave me a can of soda, put the can of soda in my backpack, and it exploded on my way back home at one point.
Oof.
Oh, I've got you beat. My buddy bought a special edition, leather-bound, gold-page copy of Mage the Ascension, autographed by the creator of the game. Brought it to my house, show off. Another one of my friends opened a bottle of grape soda. It exploded everywhere, including all over said Mage book.
Well, there goes the PSA 10.
Oh, It happens.
It
I'm
happens.
gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll take.
But
So
so-
everyone
stand up
take a
and
quick
stretch.
fiver. Stretch legs.
Yeah.
Go bathroom.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Nobody turn off their camera.
Yeah, no. Leave cameras exactly as they are, please.
All right.
Okay.
BRB.
right before we got here was targeting him, and I'm looking for anybody that is eyeing him up while I'm making my way there. I'm using that couple as an
I'm
excuse
so sorry, crew.
to
I
kind of
forgot
circle
that,
the room
I
and
was
look
fucking on. Be
for
right
people
back.
that's looking out for Kyle.
We arrived in
Would
town, and now we're
be-
split into 2 groups.
Perception?
Yeah, perception. Let's see.
We've got
1d20 plus
these
6.
2 over at the local tavern, and me and Dance are going to the church.
Face rubs.
I swear to God, I'm a professional streamer, and I didn't totally just have myself on Be Right Back for the longest fucking time.
Alright, so my active roll is 13 and my passive perception is 18.
So you notice nothing like that at all.
Alright, so in that case, gentlemen, is it a man and woman or
Two men.
man and man? Two men.
Two men. One upper middle aged, and then the other is in his early to mid 20s. Both are human.
Gentlemen. Now, there's nothing that a few pints of ale can't fix. What seems to be the issue over here?
Okay, so the younger man turns to you and he says his name's Ardrin. Look, what's going on, and I don't care what anybody else says, Jelmenith has gone missing. It's not we came in, she had her room here, and she just was not there when I showed up this morning to talk to her.
All right, so can you give me the spell out that name of the person missing again?
Jelenth. Sorry, Jelenneth.
Jelenth.
Nneth.
Jelynth.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Close enough. I'll say it wrong and then you'll correct me.
I'm probably going to say it wrong the whole time I use it. It's one of the names I normally reflavor when I run this module.
I was about to say, someone needs to go through it and find the person who named all the characters, both for TSR and Wizards of the Coast, and tell them use easier to pronounce names.
Right?
Ed Greenwood.
I'll look back towards Kyle and I'll kind of wave him on and give him that look like I've cased the joint. That kind of look like it's kind of it's safe to just move through the crowd. And wave him to me.
We'll go join him.
Now these folks here say that they're missing somebody. You wouldn't happen to know anything about dealings of any kind in these parts, would you, Kyle?
Oh, this is my first time to this town. When you say missing, do you mean someone left town in a hurry, or do you mean someone just vanished in front of people? There's a distinct difference between missing because no one's seen them in a couple days and missing because they literally went poof.
Well, they weren't here this morning when I came to see them, and it's not like them to just disappear without saying anything to me.
Who are they to you?
Jelmenith is the girl I've been seeing for the last few months. We've been courting.
Oh. All right, look, kid. I've been there. Sometimes these women just decide it's easier to disappear rather than tell you goodbye. I mean, it happens.
The 14-year-old. The fucking 14-year-old.
I was about to say the
17 years old.
The 14.
I'm a 17-year-old and I know what being ghosted means. Thank you.
Listen, guys, sometimes it happens, you know?
Arden looks at you and he's like, Well, then why was the room to her inn unlocked? To her room here in the inn unlocked, and her spell components shoved up underneath the bed?
That's a
Now you
good
got my
point. That's a
attention.
good point.
She is a wizard.
What?
She's a wizard?
She's an apprentice to Towster.
Oh, I just figured out why they targeted me. Oh.
So you do have
Oh.
some dealings here. Hey, hold on. Let's not spill the beans in front of company.
No, I literally just said that, though, out loud.
We'll go take a look at this room right quick. Can you give us a what number was it?
It was the one up over on the left. None of the rooms here are numbered,
Let's go take a look, Kyle.
but it's one of the private rooms.
I'm glad you figured it out because I was telling Duality, like, I realized that I knew a little bit more about this module than I thought, and the second they said that you were targeted, I was like, oh shit, right.
I had a friend that played this module, but only made it through, like, the first third of it, way back in the 90s. So I knew
Yeah.
little bits here and there. That's why I was trying not to metagame, and that's why I was like, wait, is it because I was an elf? Is it because I looked like the weakest? Was it?
All
That's
right.
why I enjoyed it.
I'm assuming we make our way up to the empty room.
Mm-hmm.
God, what the hell are you talking about?
The room's clean. The room's, you look at it, the room's clean. It's well organized. Nothing, there's no signs of a scuffle or anything. It's just like they just left. The older man says that, his name's Hallister, Hallider, and he's Jeleniff's father. And he says, well, maybe she just went back down to Towster for more of her apprenticeship and forgot her spell components.
Yeah, I wouldn't end up going anywhere without my components. It's a quick way to get a rapping on the knuckles from your teacher. I want to take a more in-depth look. Can I make an investigation check?
Go for it.
I'm already I'm helping him out with that. I'm assuming you got a high investigation.
Decent.
All right, go ahead and roll with advantage. Yeah.
There we go.
I got an 18.
That's a beautiful roll right there.
What we get?
18.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, no, the room looks, like I said, it looks clean. Everything's no signs of struggle. There's a lot of footprints, in the dusty floor, but that's not to be unheard of in a place as busy as this. You check the windows, you don't see any kind of forced openings anywhere. Like, it's just a regular old inn room.
I'm thinking that she must have either A, left this room willingly, or B, wasn't grabbed here. But she knew enough to hide her spell components before she went out. She knew something that we don't.
She hid her spell components. Is it possible that she might have escaped and not got caught?
And one of the first things that Alexander taught me is a mage lives and dies by his components or his focus. Leaving one behind, it would be rare.
Where's the first place would you look? Would you look for the teacher's place? Well,
Leave it alone. Go away. Go to
Chris,
church.
I thought you were talking as the dad.
Dog came up and he's getting in my face.
I wish I had a better idea. I just get the feeling that those bandits, if we had tracked them back somewhere, it'd have been a better clue than this.
You think we should have kept one of them alive?
Possibly that could have helped. We could have not. We had no way of knowing that when we got here, this would be important.
Do you happen to know this individual? You seem to know about the school.
It's not exactly schools. Wizards are taught, depending on from where, either 1-on-1 or 2 or 3-on-1. Not normally, like, don't learn the way, like, warriors are taught in groups of 10 or 12.
Well, I
Much
say,
more master or apprentice.
correct. Well, I say we get the group up, we spend the night here, and then we go ask her master, whoever she was apprenticing under, about what they might think.
And you're saying this all in front of Arden and Haladar?
No, we had went up to the room.
Okay.
They went up with us, I thought.
Yeah, they did.
They did, yeah.
Followed
They
up.
did. Oh, okay.
Okay. Arden says thank you, and he takes out a locket from his pocket, opens it up, locket pocket, that rhymed, and shows you a picture of what Jellenith looks like. Which in the voice chat, there is another image in there of the locket and Arden's hand, just with a brief picture of her.
Now, how close should we examine the hand? I mean, he's got a ring on his thumb. That's pretty weird.
No ring
I
on
don't know if I trust.
That's
That's
not that's just his meat of his hand folding.
Oh, okay.
That's cross hatching.
Yeah, no, I was just overanalyzing. It'd be fun.
He tells you, she's a small little 5'4", maybe 100 pounds. Like she's a small girl. So please keep an eye open for her. And
Newsflash: I'm 5'4" and 124 pounds.
then he looks at you. He's like, she's about your size. And it shows the picture of her.
This could be one of the reasons that you were stolen. Maybe they're looking for people this size. Freaks. Not you.
Hey,
No, not you. I'm talking about them being freaks. My bad. I said that wrong.
Commas are very important.
yes. Where that comma stands.
Yeah. My bad.
The human cookbook. Where's the comma?
Those freaks. There. They have a thing for small people. Apparently.
I'm just being quiet because I'm not there. So like,
No, me too. It's just objectively funny. 5'4" people, the smallest of the small.
and not like gnomes and halflings exist at all in this world.
I'm very average height for an elf. I'm telling you.
He finishes off his description, letting you know that she normally wears a really dark blue, royal blue cloak with silver clasps at the neck and a signet ring with her initial on it, J.
We'll do our best to find your girl.
Thank you. And make all haste to Towster.
Where we
Hey,
were going
that's
anyway.
the guy we're going to. Yeah.
And pause break back over to William and Dance.
I have to step outside for a second to handle my dog. Hold on one.
Alrighty.
All right.
Well, I guess we just go in before it gets too late. Don't want to wake anyone. Just as they get in bed.
You first. I come walking up in there. Somebody gonna scream, "Ray!"
Yeah, well, let's hope they don't do
Oh,
that with me instead
come
instead of
on.
just a devilish raid. Even better.
Separate.
Yeah. We'll walk into the temple proper. Excuse me. I'm an itinerant priest. I seek information.
It takes a couple moments before the resident priest makes his way out. Another human. This town's very full of humans. That's all that you've seen so far.
Oh boy.
He's young, probably in his early 20s. Blonde hair, maybe about 5'7". He introduces himself as Sam Hess. Yes, I'm Sam Hess, the local cleric. How can I help you?
Is that
It's a pleasure. Sam. I'm Sam Hess, you said?
Sam Hess.
Sam Hess. My name is Dan, so I'm itinerant priest. Of Helm. I'm just traveling through it. I came to pay my respects, make a small donation, and to ask a few questions. If that would be all right, is now an okay time?
I was just getting ready to close the gate for the night, but yeah, I have a few minutes.
Here, and I hand him 5 silver for the church. But I have a friend who's over at the tavern at the moment who was targeted by a group of bandits. Do you know anything about that?
Nothing.
what was the name of the town again?
That you're in, or that you're
Milbourne. Milbourne.
Milbourne.
Milbourne. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No information. Has anything strange been happening around the town? Anything at all?
Not really. There's been the only kind of unusual thing that is the Newmire forming out past near the Lurchwood. But other than that, I mean, the ground's been getting more waterlogged. But excuse me,
Newmar?
Newmire. So it's a section of land that's been becoming increasingly waterlogged.
Interesting. Do you have any idea why, or someone know?
That's a mystery. That's really the only real mystery around here. But I mean, it's been getting steadily more waterlogged for many years now. We assume that there's some sort of spring that hasn't been found, that's feeding into the land and not draining.
Well, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
More so in regard to the other scenarios, and I apologize. My name is William Thrall.
Yes, one of my traveling companions.
Well met.
Well met. In all honesty, I was there when the raiders showed up. They particularly were trying to target a half-elf gentleman that we know.
A wizard, I believe.
Oh,
Is there any particular groups that hold anything against those particular people?
in this town, and no, I can't say that there are. We don't have very many wizardly types here. Jelenith, being an apprentice to Tauster in the next town down, being the only person that actually has any amount of wizardly talent. Perhaps you could talk to Gerald, who's our local constable when we need one. He was used to be a ranger, and but he stopped adventuring after he hit his 50th birthday and became a little bit lame in the leg. The old Grizzler may have a few rumors, but that crazy old dwarf is usually very, very inebriated on the local ale. You can either find him at the Silver Crown or the Baron of Mutton, if not at his shack.
What was the name of the constable, the drunk again?
care.
The drunk was the old Grizzler.
Old Grizzler.
And the constable or the ranger that has the lame leg, that is Geralt.
You said Baron of Mutton, Silver Ale, or his
Baron of Mutton is one of the inns, and the other inn is the Silver Crown.
Silver Crown.
And then
Or his home, you said?
Old Grizzler can sometimes be found at his shack. Geralt is has the local carpentry business.
yeah, and he used to be an adventurer. Like he took it to the knee, right?
Pretty much.
I've been playing Skyrim recently.
If you
Fun fact, that means that either they got pregnant or they got somebody pregnant.
Yeah, I know, but this guy literally took an arrow to the knee. Or something to his knee.
we were also hoping for some other things. If you want to discuss that with him, Dance, I'm gonna go outside. I do have a question. Do you have any burial grounds nearby?
We have a small cemetery around the back end of the temple here.
I know that it's a bit of a dark occupation, but I'm a grave digger. If you need any help while we're in town, just let me know.
We will keep that in mind. Perhaps Mr. Castor might one day grace us here at the temple. He is, after all, on his 90th year.
Well,
Who is that? Master who?
Mr. Castor, he owns the Baron of Mutton. Usually find him there drinking down more ale than a dwarf. For a man in his 90s, it's quite a feat.
sounds like my kind of guy.
Yes. Simhest, I was wondering, is there any rooms that are available at the temple, or should we just check the inn instead?
I would suggest the Baron of Mutton. I only have a single room for myself here at this particular temple. We are very small and out of the way, after all.
Well, thank you much for your help. All information is good in protecting the innocent. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Well, that was horribly unhelpful. I say after we get out.
You think?
You think that's unhelpful?
Not much of it was, but it wasn't what I was looking for.
I mean, we didn't get room and board, but we got information, we got names, we got titles, we got people to go to for more if we need it. On top of that, we got some leads on why we might have been gone after. If it has to do with him being... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I guess you're right. I was hoping for... I don't know. A little bit more from him.
Don't expect answers to questions. Expect steps to find those answers.
Yes. You sound like my teachers.
I sound like my father more and more as time goes by, and it's a bit worrisome. And he proceeds to walk kind of forward.
Okay. This seems like a good place to break back to Jarvis and Cal.
Okay, so after we investigated the room, I think we're gonna head back down into the bar itself and inquire about rooms for the night. Sound good to you?
Yeah, sounds good. We need somewhere to stay. You think that we could all just bunk in one room, or I think that might be safer, especially about what happened to you. Well, to us.
Yeah, I wouldn't be adverse to that.
Oh, you guys want to share bunk beds?
We're just all gonna cuddle.
Once I get there, I do think that we should. Like, at least Cal should not be in a room.
I don't know if Kyle can be in the dog pile though. He's a little young.
I am 17 years old.
That
Who's gonna
doesn't
be
sound any
the-
better in contrast.
Yes, well,
You guys are going to be the spoon
Understand,
drawer
I am an
here.
adult for all intents and purposes, or at least close enough.
yes.
All right,
As
we're gonna
somebody
go
who
down
is-
and ask the bartender for this room to stay in.
All right, so the bartender lets you know that they do have bunks in the communal room that are going to be 3 silver a night, or the private rooms are 9 silver a night.
What's the private rooms like? Are they bigger? What's going on?
So the communal room is like a bunkhouse. It's like a dormitory style room. It's basically just a hard mattress with an old blanket on it. Comes with a okay breakfast. The private rooms, they're 9 silver. They have a locking door from the inside, a comfortable bed, and for an extra 2 silver, you can even get a hot bath in the morning.
All right, Jarvis is gonna pony up that for the hot bath and everything.
With Al.
Well, if we do 11 silver and we all sleep in the same room, then we don't have to pay for
Yeah, that's the idea.
Then we'd each still have to pay the 2
for a hot bath.
hot bath. So if you want the hot bath in the morning, that's another
2
so 8,
silver.
9 is 17.
I'll take a cold bath. I don't mind that. Wakes you up real nice.
I will say I do like my bath water hot.
Are they with us now, or
Are we back? Like,
It's up to you guys if you've made it back or not. I assume you were walking to them, which is why I did the.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're just making sleep plans, so I feel like this should be like a group activity.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll say we made it back right as you guys start talking about sleep plans.
Yeah, so I would say we want one room for the 9.
Yeah.
9 silver? Yeah.
Well, we
And
can use we can
3 of
use
us
the
Communal
party
funds.
funds.
Yeah, party fund's gonna be our best bet.
Party funds
Okay.
for the room, and if you want a bath, I think that's to each their own. Oh,
Sounds like a plan.
sounds good to me.
All right.
I will mark such that we spent 9. We're still doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to check the private room that we get. I'm going to I'm going to flip it. I'm just going to make sure that there's no secret entrances, nothing to interrupt our
Guidance,
sleep.
I will
guidance,
aid
and I'm
in this.
helping you. Yeah, you aid, I guidance.
All right.
So that's advantage plus the D4.
I just picture the 3 of y'all like scouring around while William's just like taking off chainmail. Go ahead, get ready for the night. Pull out my razor kit.
Guess fair is fair. I was sitting there like just relaxing while you were digging holes. So
Yeah. I'm not helping you look around. I just walk up and may your vigil be successful. Guidance.
All right. Go ahead, give me that roll.
God damn it. Does anybody have a blade I could borrow?
Pardon?
Blade. A knife.
knife,
razor.
shave.
Yeah,
My shaving knife.
thank you. He looks at you. Do you have any form of facial hair?
That's
Oh,
that's
I
a
myself
total of
clean
12
He just fucking starts
with
drying.
advantage. All I got is 12.
All right.
Gotta shave like once a week kind of facial hair.
Yeah.
The room has a single, what we would consider full-size bed. The bedding is clean. The windows and doors appear to have secure locks. You don't notice any kind of obvious breaches or trapdoors or anything in the walls, ceiling, or floor.
Does this room come with like a table and chair?
You know what? It comes with a small table and a chair.
Okay. I take the chair and I immediately jump it underneath the handle.
Okay.
And I use the table to without a mirror or anything because I sold my mirror. I fill my beard and I just kind of take the time to deal. Over the course of the 4 days, you guys have seen him go from that 5 o'clock shadow that was barely there to like what I have right now in Redbeard.
Drop it.
Yeah, so he's taking that time to do a dry shave.
Play nice.
And I'm dropping down to my skivvies.
Yeah. Well, you guys are doing that.
Please
dance.
tell me I didn't just hear him get naked.
I said skivvies.
Okay, I just want to make sure, man.
Are they made out of bees?
Just be print.
They got this bee print.
That's some expensive shit for a medieval world.
They're also
Why
made
don't
out
you show
of
them yourself?
silk.
Lightspeed briefs now in bee design.
Yeah, they got little chunky bees on them.
Have the Honey Nut
It's
Cheerios
black
guy
and
on
yellow
it.
striped with a stinger on the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bro spent 50 gold on goddamn underwear.
They don't drape and they breathe.
Well, this is happening. I don't have this in my sheet, but it's not like anything that's like it's like a flavor thing. Like Dance will pull out like a file and just start filing his nails down a little bit, and then after he does that, he takes it and he goes at his horns a little. He's like, well, should we take watches? As much as I'm normally more comfortable in the inn, I don't. Well, you said that there was a young woman who was abducted, correct?
I can take first watch.
Fortuitously, the person that we need to ask about her is the person that we're going to see anyway. And
Yes,
as I'm saying this, you notice that I'm like in the middle of the bed.
Of course.
Take a corner, mate.
I'm fine on the floor, but if you all want to figure out how to do that, you may.
Lay down next to him. Right.
What's going on, little buddy? We're gonna keep you safe tonight.
I'm gonna rest with my back against the wall, facing the door on the table. So like I'm gonna sit on the table just right to see the wall. I'm taking first fucking watch. I'll wake y'all up in 4 hours.
4 hours. You plan to not sleep for half the night.
I mean, do you want to break it up into 2-hour breaks?
I think that might be better. I prefer most people to have more sleep than one to have half. I'm willing to sacrifice 2 hours of my sleep.
Alright, as long as y'all fucking good.
I'll take second or third. They're the worst. I'm willing to deal with it.
And now that I've taken off the chainmail, my armor class goes from 16 to 17. I don't know why that works that way, but that's how the numbers are.
How?
I don't know. Like,
Our dex penalty for chainmail versus not probably.
Yeah,
well,
no.
Chainmail is just a static 16, and armor class is what its default is 10 plus dex mod.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the rest of your numbers coming?
I don't know. Like, okay. So I did my character sheet in my digital version, and then I converted it to the physical version, because when it comes to running numbers, my digital thing does it better than I can. So when I come in here, and I look, oh my god. Okay, let me turn off the fucking blur. When I go in and I'm like, okay, I go from heavy to light to none. With heavy, I'm reduced. With light to none, I go up to 17 armor class.
What is your dex?
I think it's counting if you are wearing light armor.
What is your dex?
My dex is a 13.
I'm further
Plus
confused.
1.
It's +1.
The defensive fighting style.
Defensive fighting style only applies while wearing armor.
Let me see.
I don't
Half-Orc
think that's
features
right.
1 arc returns to drop to 1 HP. Critical, Haunted 1. Paladin features as an action detect the location of Celestial, Fiend, or Undead. Conspirators gain reserve our health armor. Should I just fucking
I
calculate?
have to run these numbers.
Okay, so let's do this. If the armor
I
class
think
is
it's calculating wrong.
okay,
It's 11. Your armor class should be 11 without the.
okay, then I'm just gonna run with that then.
That's fucking weird, man. I don't know.
I don't know. It's never been wrong in the past, so like, and that's with me double checking because I check the formula on a regular basis. But
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm still wearing stuff, but it's like I've changed to more comfortable clothes as opposed to priestly vestments or traveling gear, which I've been wearing this entire time.
Okay.
So my armor class is greatly reduced, but I will put it back on for my watch.
I think my armor bonus is 16. I don't know what that means.
Javis, do you want the watch after me? I can give you a greater ability to see at night for at least an hour watch.
That's fine by me.
Wonderful. Good night.
Oh,
I guess that means I'm
also,
on last watch.
point of clarification for my character.
Yes.
My character is not being flirty. He's being.
So,
Yeah,
Yes.
no, he's being very open. It's not necessarily about being
Yeah.
flirty. It's just that he's very open. He's very comfortable who he is.
Yeah.
And so it's the whole thing of just like I lay in the middle of the bed. I hope y'all enjoy your night.
Exactly.
If you need an arm pillow, I'm here. But you know, like
no, that was never
Yeah.
a question.
no.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making anybody feel uncomfortable.
Nah, you're good, mate.
No, don't worry about it.
To be honest, the only thing that weirds me out is I'm not used to people playing humans thinking that way. I'm used to people playing tieflings or elves or half elves thinking the way you just said. The only thing that weirded me out was that you were doing it as a human.
Nah, nobody's that comfortable in their own skin.
All right. So, serious question. We are at the 3-hour, 40-minute mark. This is a good break point, depending on where people are with time-wise that they want to continue going.
I think
It's 12. It's 12:30 where I am.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
11:30 for me. I think it's a good time to call it for the night. This was a really good session. We got a lot done.
Yeah,
Um,
I was about to ask if we could because I have to get up in the morning at in 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
I got to get up in 5.
Oh,
Oof.
Oof. You lose?
you
Do we want to
poor
start an
bastard.
hour earlier at 7?
Definitely not next week. I won't be able to make it all next week, but we don't play next
We're not
week.
doing next week. It's
No.
the week after.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I'll be
will-
out of town.
I will have to pass because my work schedule is pretty fucking weird.
Okay.
And I would much prefer to start at this time.
Okay.
If we need to stop after 2 to 3 hours, we can always work to make it chunks. You know, but this was just a good way for us to get the characters in, get the characters flowing.
Yeah.
I just
And
asked
honest-
one
Oh yeah,
question.
love the combat. By the way, love the combat.
It was fun.
Scared the shit out of me, but love the combat.
Oh man, I was trying to capture that old school. Oh damn!
The fucking minute he's like, you've had 4 days of beautiful walking through the forest, no issues whatsoever, and I was like, red alert, red alert, red alert.
I will be honest, I half expected it to be like the opposite, like every other day getting hit by something.
Kobolds, goblins, bandits.
But
Kobolds are fucking terrifying in 5e.
did I miss us getting XP for that encounter?
No, I think we're doing milestone.
I'm going to do milestone. That way I can control leveling a little bit better. Just because the experience point chart is
Fucking weird.
way different in this one than it is in 2E.
Okay.
I will
misunderstood.
say,
I thought you said you were doing XP last time.
I
You were doing
wanted
Mission
to,
Zero.
but I started calculating it, and you're supposed to be about level 2 to 3-ish, 4 at the high end when this book ends. And if we did experience points, you would be like level 8. You'd be almost what the level is. So we're gonna go milestone. I usually don't do milestone. I don't like milestone, but it'll at least let me keep the scale, power scale.
I like milestone because I find that I have more tendency in XP to just kill things to get XP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I also love the fact that we're starting off at level 1, guys. I mean, when's the last time have you started off at level 1?
I'm always
It's fifth
terrified when I
edition.
do.
5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years.
Same.
Like, even as a
more-
DM, I start most of my campaigns at level 3.
Yeah, I start some of them if I really want like crazy shit. I have started at 5.
Yeah.
Just for crazy shit. But no, I like I like this. I haven't started at first level since high school, definitely.
We're not going to level up tonight, but we will level up at the end of the next session.
Nice.
Yay!
I want to get it the way I'm going to do it is basically on arcs.
One more spell slot.
Like story chunks. So I'm just going to break it up based on where the story is. So part of that, so sometimes it might be like a couple things get you, and then you might be like, wow, I did a lot. Why haven't I leveled up yet? But that's just because you're doing a lot more side things than the main story stuff.
Yeah. And one thing I will say is, like, one of the things I remember us talking about Complex was the fact that, like, it feels weird to get your subclass at level 3.
Yeah.
With the way it's described in, like, story. It's like, you are an adventurer, and you're not just really starting out. You kind of been doing it for a few months to a couple years. But, you don't know what the fuck you're doing yet. And it's just like, why?
Well, my thing is that the XP cost to be from first level to second level is so small, you're not supposed to in fiction spend a lot of time at first level. That's why I normally feel comfortable skipping first and second level, because it's normally like 2 encounters and you're already second level.
Yeah.
And then like another 1 or 2 encounters and you're third level.
And you're kind of like,
not blowing past a lot. You're blowing past like 4 encounters.
yeah, it feels very artificial slow. Like they're like, we have to have these levels for some reason. And I'm very much of the mindset that, like, if I could homebrew it, if I could homebrew it to where my players got their subclasses at level 1, I probably would.
Yeah.
The other thing is that some classes do.
Yeah, some classes do.
Some classes do, some don't. Some give them at second, some get it at third, and some of them don't make sense to not get it at first. Like your wizard school or your wizard subclass doesn't make sense. Your paladin oath. What? Do I not take my actual oath as a paladin until 3rd level? What?
So
it's why I prefer 2nd edition with kits. You make your character, you do your multi-class, and you assign your kit.
Fair enough.
Level 1.
Every homebrew class I've ever done has had the subclass get decided at 1 or 2 levels.
Yeah, I like starting at 3rd level just because you've got some hit points, but not a lot. You got some resources and abilities, but not a lot. Like, nobody is like, oh my god, I have too many choices at 3rd.
Anybody have any notes for me? Things I'm doing well, things you need me to change?
I like the drip feed of information. I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love
really
it.
Well.
I'm having a lot of fun. Honestly, like, most of us in here, I think all of us are DMs at some point.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's along the lines of like, if we see something, we let you know. But like right now, it's fucking smooth.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because it's been a long time since I've DM'd 4 DMs.
Okay. The best part is you got the spectrum here. The little shit faces, like monks can use the fucking the fucking stone on their knuckles. Why the fuck not? The rules said
Meanwhile,
that.
you've got me. Meanwhile, you've got me. That if one of my players said that, I'd be like, "I'm sorry. Do you just not want to be invited back?"
Right?
You got the whole
Yeah.
spectrum.
Yeah, I'm definitely in between there. Where it's like, that doesn't make sense, so no.
When I play Monster Hunter and they're like, you need to sharpen your hammer, I'm like, why? It's a hammer.
Ow.
It's supposed to be dull and blunt.
Can I dull my Yeah.
Dull by. All right, guys. I gotta jump into bed. Y'all have fun.
All
Good night.
right.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all.
Good
I'm
night,
probably
everyone.
also gonna have to hey.
All right. Take it easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was good. Complex. This was really good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because like I said, it's been a while since I ran a game for people who run games,
Mm-hmm.
and D&D is like the last system I run anymore.
I mean, that is completely fair. Like, we've discussed that. Like, it's completely fair. For me, again, I'm a homebrew, so I'm using this as an opportunity to reinforce some of the more core rule sets that I have, in some cases, completely dismissed in my own campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more you homebrew, the more you just dismiss shit and you start winging it. Which is cool and all, but it can also lead to, like, inconsistencies, and that's kind of the hardest part about it. So I'm just using this as a way to remind myself, and this has been good. This has been fun. I love the fact that everyone's able to kind of like also piece information together for each other, which has been nice. And the fact that like you as a DM don't get on people for that, because like three of us were looking up fairy fire simultaneously, and we all worked together to put it together. It wasn't an argument about what it was, and I think one of the benefits of this is as DMs, we also all know we don't want to waste time.
Yeah. Like if it was really my rule before I say anything is a minute. If it's taking over a minute of time of just looking for this one little thing when it's like, all right, it's not that important. Let's just do it this way and move on.
And we'll look at it later. Yep.
Yeah. Like if it takes more than a minute, or if I feel like everybody's just being ground to a halt over one thing and somebody like, all right, yeah, we're done worrying about this. Move on. But all right, you lose your turn. You can pick up again next initiative round. Let's go.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think that's like a strength of the particular group we have. The only times we got like derailed was funny moments, which is normal D&D shit. Like people see like D&D like movies or like things like that, or things that are fantasy, and they're like, oh yeah, we gotta stay on track 100. No, half of D&D is talking shit to each other and making jokes, and the other half is the campaign. And I think for what this was, we had enough of that, from jokes about characters' names to jokes about like characters' habits. There was also some really good character discussions. I was very curious to see what people would think when he pulled the teeth out, when William pulled the teeth out, and they were like, "You care enough to give them enough money for the ferryman, but you also desecrate their body." And he's like, "It's not desecrating a body. First off, this is what my god has told me to do. Secondly, for me personally, this is a reminder of the people that have given their life in combat." It's really funny. Thrall, William's father, Ergrim, is like not nearly as combat focused as William is, despite like the whole thing. So it's really fun to play an orc who is a little more stereotypically combat focused, while also just not being a stereotype himself. It's like, because they were like, "Oh, you're weird. You're doing these things. We've got ourselves some weird company," which I fucking loved. It's like, I love that you have the two guys who are probably the most normal fuckers, being the tiefling and the half elf. And you've got the human and the orc who are just kind of like a little bit more eccentric than you would expect.
Oh man, and I was really trying hard to make sure that everybody got time. That's why like when splitting it between, all right, the party's split. How am I going to separate this so everybody's getting the time and nobody's getting bored and grabbing their phone?
And here's the thing, that's going to be the hardest thing, because like that is a moment by moment decision. But once you get used to the flow of the group, it'll become easier to do it. Because like, for instance, my campaign, I'm 30 plus sessions in, and everyone's made a hard shift from roleplay to they want more combat. So like my whole system on figuring out time frame is completely shot out the water. for roleplay, because they're wanting to go through roleplay a little bit faster while still being roleplay heavy, but they also want that combat. So like, I'm trying to put more combat in, and they just fought some wraiths, which is fucking hilarious. They're in the middle of combat. We had to end it part of the way through. But there's nothing like
I gotta look up wraiths. Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, no, they have like 2 combat abilities. One is summoning up to 7 like specters. And the other one is the
Oh god, that means wraiths are one of the ones that got a big bump.
So wraiths, let me pull it up real quick. Yeah, wraiths have damage resistance to pretty much fucking everything.
Yep.
That are non-magical attacks that aren't silvered. They're immune to necrotic and poison. They're pretty much immune to most fucking conditions that you're gonna have by like 5th level. But they have sunlight sensitivity and incorporeal movement. Life drain, that's the thing. Life drain is their bread and butter. It's a +6 to hit, reaches 5 feet. One creature on an average is gonna be 21 damage, and that
Actually,
damage.
It's nerfed.
Yeah, 21 damage though is permanent reduction until a long rest.
Now I'm like, I don't know if this is a nerf or not, because in 2nd edition, they just did level drain.
So
You lost experience levels.
So because experience isn't as fundamental and your HP is, it is, in my opinion, it is a lot more scary because you can earn levels back.
Yeah.
And you can earn this HP back on a long rest, but in this fight, there's a lot more XP that can be drained than there is health.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. My players are like level 12 and 13, and most of them did decently, but they're not barbarians, So like one of the NPCs who had 140 health lost 70 health in 2 turns.
Oof.
That's
We'll see. I'll see if I even use these guys in this.
Yeah.
Campaign.
It's really good. It's really good if you want to do something that like puts that red alert in no matter your level, because that HP is gone until you get a long rest. Healing does not fix it. Anything short of like it permanently life drain permanently reduces your HP until you take a long rest. It's not taking your health, it's reducing it. So you can't heal that back until you get to a long rest. Condition saving throws or it hits opponent maximum is reduced by the amount equal to the damage taken. This reduction lasts until the target finishes a long rest. The target dies if its effect is reduced if this effect reduces HP to 0. So it's an auto death.
Yeah, we'll see what we do with that one.
My players found a way around it by using polymorph. They polymorphed the NPC into a large gorilla so that they could get that 150 HP. Because the way that polymorph works, once you lose that, you go back to your regular form with whatever HP you had beforehand. So they buffed him enough to save him from dying.
Okay.
It was a creative decision, and honestly, I could see it either way. Yes, the gorilla loses 0 HP, they die, or it reverts. I decided to do the revert because it was a smart move I didn't expect.
Yeah.
Reward the player.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad people are enjoying this.
Oh, most definitely. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this since you first brought it up like months ago. And it's partially to the fact that I know you're a good DM. I know you're not the biggest fan of 5e, so it's interesting to see you mess with a system that you're not necessarily like peak on. But it's good. I like it. I appreciate it.
Well, we got 3 books, and we only technically did the first half of the first part of the first quest. Like, the first quest was get the job, get to Milborn, find out Jelleneth's missing, go to Towster.
Yeah, I apologize about the armor class thing. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh no, it's all good. It started making me go, wait.
Yeah, no. So like, I'm sitting here, I'm fucking looking at it, and I'm confused because like
it's 10 plus Dex modifier.
You know
unarmed.
what? It's Constitution as well.
Oh,
Constitution takes a point in it. So no, 16 is right because I have a +3 to my Constitution.
Wait, Constitution does armor class?
I thought it did because like
No, it doesn't. It does hit points.
I'm so tired. AC calculation.
I'm just gonna go right to the thing in the book. 2 casting spells. That's way too far. Sorcerers, God, they're such useless. I'm just so glad nobody decided to play a warlock. The one thing though that I'm going to talk to Nash or Jarvis about is I just picked a variant rule and I'm running with it. It's like, whoa! I said we want to be as close to raw as possible.
Yeah.
Make it easy on me.
Yeah.
Why are we just picking the rules?
So it's 10 plus Dex modifier plus armor.
Yeah.
Why am I don't fucking know, mate.
There's stealth disadvantage, but that's
a situational.
Yeah, I mean, you could do unarmored and throw a shield on to get a +2.
That might, because I'm going for that broken oath paladin. That's another thing. Like, okay, the story of like most broken out oath paladins is by the time you start, you've broken your oath, but you don't get your subclass till 3rd level. So what the fuck is up with that?
Honestly, I think I'm going to do a series of videos, and it's going to be one of those ones where it's just going to hit wrong with some people. I just don't care about why 2nd edition why it's better to have restrictions in place, because you get more benefits on the flip side.
Yeah. It's the same thing as when like one of the things that I do like about 5th edition is when it comes to your flaws and things like that, an optional rule is you can give yourself as many flaws as you want, and after a certain number of flaws you gain like a feat or something. You know, you can gain a feat, an item, or some other. It's an optional rule that's in there, and it's like 3 or 4 different optional rules, honestly, because you can so many flaws get you an item, so many flaws get you a feat type deal.
Yeah.
And it's also one of the things that irritate me because they don't flesh that out.
Yeah.
And again, like we talked about when it came to morale, 2nd edition had a morale system, 5e does not, and I have 3 different ways I do morale based on how quick I want to get it done and how detailed the roleplay is. I think I'm
going to do that video first.
I would love that if you do a video popping out like, hey, write up a doc real quick, like write up a quick doc about how morale works, throw it up on fucking on a Google Doc, and then tag it in your video.
Yeah.
Or put it on a link tree.
I find when I do things about 2nd or old editions in general, people are like, yeah, well, old edition, and then they start inserting all of these slights that they have from the old editions, or they take it as somebody being flexy and like, no, you're not being superior because you play that old edition. It's like, no, you don't have a rule for this.
Yeah.
Or the rule for this is dumb. Like, I personally hate advantage and disadvantage. I despise it. Disadvantage at one point or another is not a disadvantage. You roll the d20 with all of your bonuses and you take the lowest of the 2. How is that I get that technically it's a disadvantage, but you get all of your bonuses.
I had always thought when I first played D&D, one of the things I thought about trying to run was a negatives to disadvantage. You still roll it, but you roll with a negative on top of all your other stuff. The problem is it can become very number grindy at a certain point. You know, so
I'm used to a plus or minus up to 5.
Yeah.
With the swing between 0 and +5 or -5.
I always thought that you start with a regular disadvantage of 5, and then you have a severe disadvantage, which is something that's like you should not be able to do, of like a 10 or something like that. You know, and that's for those moments that you are trying to do something that is barely within your bounds. Like you can still roll it, but it's you know.
On the other side of that too, the advantage when you have +10. I mean, you're just rolling to see if you get the crit at that point. Whereas a straight roll with a +5, well, you know, that 2 that you rolled, well, that might actually be successful now. Other than, you know, not being, and you just crit or you don't crit.
Then there's also just rolling a d20 for the decision is very simple. So like, you take this simple thing, roll a d20, you pass or you fail, and you're like, okay, how can we modify this? And that's really where most of the rules come from. Is like, how do we modify a d20, which then becomes how do we organize those rules? What is da da da? So it becomes one of those things where over time, the whole reason that like we dropped like Wizards dropped fourth edition, because that meant that peak of like number crunch.
Yeah, fourth edition was. I found fourth edition too crunchy. And I played second edition with Thaco.
Yeah, I told you when I first got my hands on a book from fourth edition, it was at the public library, and I read through it. I'm like, this is the type of calculations a video game does for you.
It played like a video game.
Yeah, and like that's not a problem. That's actually really cool that someone wanted to reproduce that. But in reality, when you and I are sitting here, and 3 other people are sitting here, and everyone has to do video game level calculations. You have a buff because you have a piece of armor. I have advantage against that armor because my sword has been coated in this. But also I have a disadvantage because you're partially hidden behind a wall. And then on top of like...
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, you have to make sure you buy the battle maps. And you buy miniatures because everything is listed in blocks.
Oh yeah, Theater of the Mind does not work with 4th edition. It does not lend itself to it. I'm
not giving you money. Go away.
Yeah. Which is like one of the reasons that I actually, like, before COVID, I started working on my battle tiles. I made a bunch of tiles. I don't know if you remember that. I was like working on them for like a month. I made a shit ton of tiles that I fit in this little bitty box, and they were super fucking cool, super fucking easy to use. That my friends got some use out of them. I was going to use them. COVID fucking happened, and then suddenly everything's digital, and I'm just like, fuck. And I like digital. Don't get me wrong, but like I also physically own a shit ton of minis that are like, they're. You know when you get to that point that you don't have any full sets anymore, it's just a bunch of fucking random minis from different shit. And it's like, I got a Yoan T, and then I got a teenager with a baseball bat, and it's like, yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, no, I haven't played an in-person game since 4th edition was a thing at the local game store. And I walked out, it was an Adventurers League night, and I went out to smoke a cigarette during break, and I just bounced. Like, I told the guy, like, dude, I'm not having a good time. One, people were a lot younger than I thought they were going to be based on what I was told by Dan, who owned the place. I'm the creepy old guy at 35 playing this game with a bunch of 16, 17-year-olds. Granted, you're like 27 and you're running the game, but I feel fucking creepy. Like playing this game with a bunch of kids. And it's D&D the board game. Like this isn't D&D to me. This is something else. It's interesting, but it's not really D&D.
And for me, the funny thing is like, there's a big difference in what people expect as a DM versus a player on average. And like, it is hard. It's hard sometimes when you're like trying to get a game going. You, as a player, the hard part comes from, I need to find people my age. Because like you said, it becomes weird otherwise. As a DM, however, I'm running games for 12-year-olds in Canada, and 12 to 14-year-olds in Canada, while also running like a campaign here for 3 different groups of varying ages. You know, but I also make it a rule that like I have my 18 plus and then underneath, and there's no mingling. Not unless it's your kid. If it's your kid and you want to bring them to the table, that's one thing. But I'm not doing a mingled table of ages because I'm not. That can get weird real fucking quick.
When I start, because I made a start playing profile, and I'm not going to run D&D there. I'm going to run other systems, and initially I'm going to do it for free. And I'll take kids at that point. But since they're going to be on Discord, I want to have a conversation with their parents, and their parents need to be home, and they need to be in the same house while the game's going on.
I actually got written permission from the players. I made sure that their parents signed a permission form. And then, like, you know, occasionally, it's been really funny. One of their dads was like sitting in the back, and apparently they had me on speaker while they were like doing some really cool shit. And apparently he just stopped doing what he's doing and just sat there and listened. And I was like, that's that. And to me, that's one of the biggest compliments you can get with storytelling is when somebody stops their time to listen to the story. And they were underground at a temple, and this is before they accidentally let some bastard of a deity go. Basically, locked away deity. We took the item we needed, and that may or may not have let the deity go free. And all of history has been rewritten within the past like 30 years, and we're the only ones who know it, and it's kind of creeping us out. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like it is easier as a DM to find a group than it is as a player, and that's part. Oh, yeah. And that's it's shitty. It's shitty, but also like as a DM, you also feel like you have the power to like end that group if it's toxic versus a player, which sometimes you feel obligated to play because you're not sure when you're going to get your next. You're not going to get your next game.
I'm the person that if the group's really bugging me out, I'll let them know, and then I'll just give them shit until I leave at the end of the night and never show back up again. Oh, you want me to? Oh, it's my turn in combat. I'm going to cast light. Why? Because it's kind of dark in here.
I've left
darkness.
I've left one table my entire time because I've been pretty lucky. As a player, I've been pretty lucky. I've left one table, and I could do that without ever worrying about it because it was a campaign that was being run like officially a raw campaign, and I just didn't show up afterwards. And it was some commentary that was made by one guy in particular. I think I told you the story. The one guy who decided that he was going to be a crazed racist bigot in game.
Yeah.
And like I was a half-orc because I love my orcs, and Raw does not let you play a full orc. So I was like, I'll be a half-orc and I'll run with it. And not 5 minutes into roleplay, this dude's like, I'm glad you could do well despite your disadvantages. And I was like, what disadvantages are those? You know, your parentage. And I was like, oh no. I looked at the DM and the DM was like, the guy's like, well, because it was very similar. It was a Strahd campaign. We had just started out, and I'm like, yo, by the end of this, if I am here, I'm teaming up with Strahd. I'm murking you. like, yo, dude, give me a hut on the outskirts of town. Like, oh man, I didn't make it to past that first session. I couldn't. It was bad. That was how it started, and how it ended was him just straight out using actual slurs.
I only had to leave. I only left one game ever. And it was one that I was pretty sure I was not going to have a good time at anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It was one that encouraged PvP at the table.
Yeah.
We all knew this going in, and it was one of those things, and we knew it. And initially it wasn't so bad, and then this one guy at the table decided to take a stab at me, killed my character. I'm like, okay, that's fair. I grab my backup character because everybody got a backup character. And this is 2nd edition. I have a Dwarven Battle Rager. Well, Battle Ragers in 5th edition suck. Like, suck. Battle Ragers in 2nd edition are horrifying. They are fucking terrifying. I look at Battle Ragers in 5e and I'm like, fuck you. Same thing with the Blade Singer. Blade Singers are wimps in 5th edition compared to their 2nd edition counterpart. Well, anyway, this guy is playing a Mage Thief, which, cool. You have Backstab, you have all those other things, and you have spells. Yeah, you're a good magical assassin. I'm immune to magic pretty much. I'm wearing a suit of armor that's covered with spikes. My elbows have spikes, my knees have spikes, my gloves have spikes, and I'm wielding a two-handed battle axe, and I'm going to take some Gut Rumbler, which is going to put me in a berserker state. And I can fight to -10 before I hit the ground. I'm coming for you. Yeah, I'm coming for you. You wanted to fuck with me? Okay, now we go. Because every round, if they hit me, they take spike damage. because of the spikes on my armor. Like, it was, okay, I hit you with my dagger. Great. You take 6 points of damage. Awesome. Roll your damage. Oh shit. What do I take? Well, body spikes, die 6. I take 5. How do I take more damage for attacking you than you get for me hitting you? Battle Rager, baby.
Armor with spikes. Actually, that makes a lot of sense, actually, when you think it out. It makes me laugh because, like, Jonathan Vaughn, my backup character that I rolled for this one, he's a remake of an actual, like, character, an NPC character. Everything about him in this is, like, amnesia, but it's him later compared to that. But they are two different characters when it comes to their roles. Jonathan Vaughn was a goddamn battle mage of a cleric, and I loved him, and I was so upset I rolled him as an NPC because I was like, I want to play this man. Again, when it comes to my orcs, I usually roll really fucking well. I normally roll, like I said, when I rolled Thrall, William's dad, and I played him throughout an entire campaign, he had 3 18s starting out because I rolled. Brog had an 18, 17, 16, 2 15s, and a 10. Like, you can't do better than that in a roll. When I rolled Vaughn, I was like, man, I would love to play Vaughn again. I rolled Vaughn, I'm like, this is not the same man. This is not the same man. He is lacking in certain regards. And that's part of the reason I love rolling, is because, like, you do have to think about it. You have to make it work. For instance, with Vaughn, I put his stats in 3 different places to try to figure out what kind of cleric I wanted to be. And obviously, I wanted him to be like a Fey Touch type deal, because that's his whole background. His mom was a Fey because he was adopted. And then she married a noble by tricking... She made the noble believe they'd always been married. She was like, you're going to take me and my son in. And he was like, okay. And so he all he knows is that, like, one day he was like, I'm living in a mansion and it's fucking weird. I'm not in a hut anymore. But mom says that's okay. That's normal.
Oh, man.
You know,
And we used to, back when at my old table, when I was like middle school, like elementary school, middle school, high school, the few years after high school before I moved out here, like the original group. And I'm hoping to get my buddy Costa to join us, not as a player, but to run some of the intelligent enemies.
ooh.
So I can just sit back and be like, it's not me deciding whether or not I'm going to pull a punch or not.
Yeah.
This guy has no investment in you whatsoever, and he's going to play that character to win.
Oh yeah, no, I love that shit. One of the things that, like I said, the wraiths all jumped one NPC because he was at the front of the line. And so just like 2 of them missed, 1 of them got him, and the 4th one was like looking him in the eye. And again, 2 attacks, 70 HP, and it's just like,
I honestly have to level you guys up before the next combat encounter, just because, I mean, this last one we did, if it wasn't for Fairy Fire and that intimidation, wipe.
yep.
It would have
But
been a wipe.
but also that's players playing into their strengths.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't think the next one is doable with that.
Okay.
And the safety mechanism is still available, but I don't want it to feel like it was unfair.
Yeah.
This one didn't feel unfair. This one felt difficult. Like, you had a chance. The next one I'm looking at, like I told you, it's the first 2 encounters, which are going to tell me how this balance goes. And I'm thinking about just running it as is. I'm also thinking about editing it because it's a doozy.
I would say a good way to run it is as is for now. Like, run it the way you transferred it. And if everything goes to shit when our players go back through it, you can tweak it.
Well, I have a parachute. Like I said, in the first book, I have a parachute built into the story. There's an NPC. Yep, there's an NPC that can pop up at any point in time if the players go down in TPK, who can basically give them a get out of death free card.
Yeah.
players might lose some of their gear because it would make sense, and I'll just be like, put some gear up, put 4 pieces of gear up for a die 4 roll, and then roll the die 4 yourself. Whatever comes up is what you lose.
I am so putting William Shovel on that, and that will be a whole mini mission for him to get it back. That was a gift from his dad. Like, they haven't asked anything about that shit. That was straight a gift from his dad. He'll be damned if he thinks he...
Yeah. The NPC, just because she's awesome, and metagame, this can't be metagamed anyway. Her name's Olaine. She's a feral druid with 2 pet wolves. Well, wolf companions. Who is one of the druids is the druid in the area. There's a lot of druids and rangers in this area. So she's the resident druid. Gerald, when you guys finally go talk to him, is one of the resident rangers.
Yeah. I will say I like how everybody's playing their characters as well. Everyone is playing their characters really well. I like that Dance dismissed stuff because he was like, it's not what I was looking for. You know, and William's like, why not? You're looking for straight up answers when that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for steps to find the answers.
I caught myself because I said, really? You didn't? Like, I thought I said it in my head, and I'm
no,
like,
you were out loud.
I'm like, motherfucker, I gave you a lot right there.
Yeah, like, you gave us no less than 3 NPCs with, like, all their locations. Like, even multiple locations. Like, they'll be at these 3 places. And like, I'm just sitting there as William. I'm just like, look, man, I got a 10 on wisdom, which is like 2 more than a regular person, but like, again, like my dad would say, fucking look for the steps to find the answers, don't look for someone to give you them.
I was just like, you gotta be seriously, man. I spoon-fed you enough because the book, this part of the adventure, it's not linear, it's buckshot.
Yeah.
When we start going underground and going through the Underdark, then that's more linear. I mean, you're at that point, you're descending toward the end goal, and up to a point, yeah, you can keep coming up to the surface to kind of do what you need to do, but at a certain point, it's going to take you longer to do that than to handle your shit underground.
Yeah.
So that it gets linear at that point, but right now, it doesn't really matter what you do. There's so much spread out.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the overlap that, like, it's partially the story, but it's also how you're delivering the information. Both groups got information that led to a similar scenario. I also love that Dance keeps referring to our rogue as a wizard.
Yeah.
We got a wizard. They might be attacking him because he's a wizard. He's a rogue. I mean,
one of the things when a party splits up in a town or a city or just in general with me, I try to give them at least 2 reasons to get back together. And not just say, I need you guys to get back together. I'm going to feed them both the same information on one of the 2 things. Because at that point, even if they don't want to get back together, I can just be like, oh, you guys run into the same place at the same time. Yep. I timed it that way. I quantum ogre you bitches.
I mean, that's how I treat like NPCs too. Like I told you, like I treat plot points like flags that can be moved around. Like, yeah, you were supposed to meet the bartender at the bar, but also he's walking home from his night shift and y'all run into him. Like, you know, it's one of those things where being flexible comes very much in handy. Also, I can't wait to use those teeth. Because, again, Broken in Oath, you get to resurrect things, but it takes physical components.
Yep.
And the whole thing is he doesn't know that. William doesn't know that. He's just been told by his goddess, grab a tooth from each person you fight and you bury. Make sure you bury them with the toll. Which is twofold. It's contractual to help them get on the other side, but it's also him being like, hey, it's a trade. But again, as far as he's concerned at this time, that information has not been given to him. It's just his goddess being like, you gotta do these things, you know, you gotta prepare. I got some things for you in the future. Reminds
me of what I do with my chronomancer. And I'm sad and happy that they haven't put the Chronomancer back in 5e, because the Chronomancer would be broken.
They would fuck it up so bad.
The Chronomancer is basically the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
They can just pop in and out of time wherever they want. My guy did the I was part of the trope. My character was the big bad guy all along. But what he was doing was going out throughout all the adventures. He would pop back when nobody was looking, remove the NPC that everybody was fighting, like all the bosses along the way, taking them out at the instant of their death, healing them just a little bit because you don't really die in the time stream, leaving them there, and then pulling them out when he turned into the big bad guy, going, you know what? I'm alone. Whew. Here's everybody you fought all the way up to this point. It's every single boss along the way.
It's the idea of the item that's like when you slash them, they disappear. Yeah. That item that they were talking about on TikTok not too long ago, which I love that concept, but because of TikTok, the item has blown up so much, people would know. Yeah. Unfortunately.
There's a sword that I bring in when I need to spank a party. There's a character from Michael Moorcock's books, Elric of Melon I don't know if you ever read those books. Mm-mm. Albino Dragon King.
Yes. Okay, yeah, we've talked about this before.
His sword is Stormbringer. In 2nd edition rules, when they put it in, every time you hit, you roll a percentile die. 1 to 50, you drain all of their levels. And you add all of you add hit points to yourself based on every single level they lost. So if they lose 10 levels, you get 10 temporary hit dice worth of hit points.
Oh my God.
On a 51 to 100, it's 50% of their hit points. 50% of their levels get drained. So
that's terrifying.
I've used him once to make a point. Once. And it was for my original group. And because I was talking to my mailman who got me into the Warhammer side of things for a while. And he's like, oh, they're misbehaving? That's really fucked up. Like they were intentionally just being murder hobos. It was the first time I dealt with it. So he went home, he printed me out the pages from his Deities and Demigods book. And he's like, well, here's the Cthulhu mythos because that's fun. But here's the Melon Bonnet stuff that you were reading from the books I told you to get. And there's Elric, and there's his sword. And I was like, oh, they're done. They're done.
So I was able to hand off a weapon that I had been holding on to for years. It was a weapon that this is going back to Thrall, William's dad. The big bad of his campaign that I literally took years to go through was Schaefer James, which is the name of an artist that inspired my wife's campaign. Okay. Schaefer James is a terrifying fucking necromancer that played nice with us about 70% of the time because he kept calling us friend and we didn't know why. Come to find out, time shenanigans, we helped him look into necromancy by accident. He was a young man trying to figure out how he could better save his wife from what he thought was a cult. He was right. And necromancy. Yeah, he started looking into that because we gave him the books for it by accident. That set him on that trail. So he considered us his dearest friend, so he never went 100% with us. Until he did. And that was fucking terrifying. Now, fun fact. Thrall is willing to have a drink with anyone. Absolutely anyone. He could hate your guts. He'll have a drink with you. He carries 2 glasses and a flask on him to do so, and it's considered parlay. Thrall, when he retired, after defeating Schaefer, and Schaefer being tied to Sune's daughter, because the goddess Sune dies in our campaign. She is absolutely horrifically dies to protect Schaefer, because she's the goddess of love. Mm-hmm. And she wants to prove that anyone can be loved, and it confuses the fuck out of him, makes him angry. He gets his ass handed to him finally. And Thrall and him stay in touch, funnily enough. Because Thrall had respect for Schaefer, because the reason Schaefer was doing everything was for his wife. and for his family. He wanted to unite his family. He was a man who chose evil means to do something good. And Thrall respected that, honestly. He was like, I can't say I would be any different in your scenario. Like, Thrall saw that, like, anyone could fall down this path with the right pushes, which is exactly what happened. Schaefer had the right pushes throughout his entire life to become this thing. And so right now we're doing a role play because my wife wanted to know what would happen if Thrall and Schaefer went on a campaign together, because they're kind of, oddly enough, best buds by the 10-year mark after the adventures happened. Schaefer is older. He's kind of just not able to hold up with himself. And I'm like, well, actually, Thrall does have a weapon that he specially designed, but he never thought he'd be able to give Schaefer. Because Schaefer had a cane that he would just pull out and fucking slice you up. It was a regular ass cane. It sucked. He was a necromancer who could fucking fence, and it was terrifying. So I was like, Thrall, being obsessed with perfecting his craft, was like, what if I made a necromantic staff for the best fucking necromancer I know, who's also just not necessarily such a shitty guy now that, you know, the gods have punished him for his shit. So he makes a staff, or a cane that when it stabs you, when it cuts you, it does 1d10 damage, and you gain that much temp HP.
Okay.
Then, and this is supposed to be a big bad weapon. Like, Thrall made this the big bad weapon that, like, is meant to be for, like, a villain. A villain who, like, is doing shit. So on top of that, if he pins you with the weapon, if he holds you down with the weapon, at the beginning of your turn, you lose a d6 worth of health, and he gains a d6 worth of temp HP. If he kills someone with it, he can refill a slot, a slot for magic up to 3rd level. And it's supposed to be that whole thing where it spirals out of control. Once one person goes down, then the next person goes down, then the next person goes down. I made that years ago, and I know it's broken as a concept. Like, you would not want to be someone who is low level, 1st or 2nd tier, trying to go up against him as a mage. You want to be 3rd tier, let alone with a weapon that allows him to have viable melee fighting. And it's it's better than vampiric because it uses specifically. I wrote it as ki or mana. So if you have ki or mana, which means constructs and undead also are affected by this weapon. So you get him low, you think he's going to die, and he strikes down one of his own constructs, or he strikes down one of his own undead. He gets a 3rd level spell slot back.
My buddy Mike played a Necro when we did Dragon Mountain, which was the other campaign that was on the shelf for this group. It was either going to be this or Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, you start at like level 7, and I found that was harder for me to scale. So we did this. Well, Dragon Mountain. I was playing that. My buddy Costa was running it. I was playing a specialty priest of Tyr, which are called Holy Justices.
Mm-hmm.
They're cool because they're like paladins. They're priests. They are full priests, but they wear plate armor and they use bastard swords.
Ooh, that sounds cool. That sounds dope.
Yeah, so you're not quite the frontline fighter that a paladin is, but you don't have all the same restrictions, but you have the full spell list, along with a bunch of other specialty priest powers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can turn one of your hands into a pair of wolf jaws, because Tyr lost his hand by sticking it in the Fenrir wolf's mouth. Well, you can turn one of your hands into wolf jaws. A whole bunch of stuff. Really cool character. My buddy Mike played this female necromancer named Abigail. Both of these characters only got along because Abigail worked for the Church of Tyr. When this specific church, what they would do if they sentenced a criminal to death, if the penalty was so severe, they could put punishment on after death. And you would be resurrected. Yeah, you'd be resurrected as a skeleton or a zombie to serve out the rest of whatever your sentence was for those years before being dispelled. or priest tier, we had turn undead back then, which was roll a d20, and either you repel so many hit dice worth of undead away from you, or after you got to a certain level, you just destroyed them. Period. Like a 10th level cleric, if you sent a horde of zombies at them, they'd be like, I'm going to roll my destroy undead, turn undead.
Mhm.
I did it. Great. You destroy 2d6 of them.
Necromancers are so cool as NPCs, and then you go to look to try to do a necromancer. Like, I'm about to be an Oathbreaker Paladin, and necromancy's a kind of a joke.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't. They nerfed here. Let me tell you. This is why they nerfed it. Okay, my buddy Mike's character is a great example why the necromancer sucks today. They had a spell called Create Undead.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty self-explanatory. The undead that you created was based on your level when you cast the spell. At a certain level, you could create whites. In second edition, whites hit you, you lose experience point levels. You lose levels.
Mm-hmm.
If you're reduced to 0 levels, you die. But whites have a special ability. When they die, they get instantly raised as a white under the control of the white that killed them, with half of the hit dice of the white that killed them. So whites are 8 hit dice, these become 4 hit dice. They can only be damaged by magical weapons of a +1 or better enchantment. So we're doing Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain is a gigantic mountain full of kobolds. Kobolds are only a half a hit dice in second edition, so 1 to 4 hit points. But a white can kill a kobold instantly with a single hit because they don't have a full experience point level to do.
Yeah.
So they kill a kobold, that kobold becomes a white who can also kill other kobolds that are under their control with half of the hit dice of that. So half hit dice kobolds became between 1 to 4 hit dice whites under the control of the white that Mike created. He had an army of 600 kobolds. We got to the dragon and he's just like, kill it. And we're like, it works. The rules as written.
It works, yeah. And I get that.
Inspiration.
Oh my god.
You know how you have to keep re-exerting control and to keep them up now? No. Single cast, you're good to go.
That's terrifying.
Yes. That's why they got nerfed. A lot of people did that. I guarantee it.
It's one of those things where I don't mean to make you sound old, but I wish I was around when those types of builds were possible. Because now, again, Schaefer is mostly homebrew. Schaefer is almost mostly homebrew. When it comes to me doing one of the reasons that I'm so willing to make custom items for my players is because I know that there's playstyles that are not viable. As much as D&D loves saying it's an open world thing, it's open world as long as you homebrew. But there's always going to be someone out there who's going to be a rules lawyer in the worst possible kind of way, who's going to be like, no, no, no. And they're going to try to force a situation. So with my players, I'm like, look, what's the playstyle you're going for? Okay, cool. I'll be working on a couple items here and there, or a couple spells here and there that we can work together on to make for your character. I'm also of the mindset that if a character wants to modify a spell, as long as they spend enough time in world practicing that modification, and they can make it make sense, we're good. I want to do an ice spell, but I want to try to make it a bonus action rather than an action. Okay, well, how are you trying to do that? I'm going to practice my quick casting. I'm going to spend 4 hours every day practicing my magic, my mana, things like that. I'm going to look for items that help me with mana management. And I have a player who turned not that spell. He basically turned what's the one? My brain just left me. The one that's your hands, flaming hands or whatever.
Burning hands.
Burning hands. He turned burning hands into a torch. And he was like, I just want to focus on making it the smallest, brightest possible flame. And so what he does, he uses it to pick locks. But it is messy because it's a torch being used on a lock. So he melts the lock out. He accidentally started a fire or two a couple times because he used it on wood, thinking, you know, dry wood wouldn't catch fire for some fucking reason. I don't know. But he got into him, and then he proceeded to steal all the stuff. But obviously, someone knows you've gotten into it. Like, you know, you're not picking a lock, you're using a brute force method. And that was something that I was like very, very keen on. I'm like, you are not cleanly getting into this. It is a brute force method. It will leave evidence that you have gone through someone's stuff. Which was the trade-off, because it's not meant for combat. It is definitely more flavored for, I don't have a lock pick, I want to be able to pick this. So you're using a spell slot to pick a lock. Okay, that's a high trade. Make sure it's worth it. You know.
Oh man. Well, I got to get off because I got to keep my schedule normal and.
I know the feeling. All right, man. It was good chatting with you.
Yep. I'm gonna do some cleanup on this video. Make sure everything's good. I'll throw it up on YouTube so you can go and grab it for the audio.
Yeah, I'm so upset that the first fucking 2 hours. That's on me. Oh my god.
All right.
But take it easy.
All right, man. Catch you later.
All right, chat. We're gonna go ahead and head on out. I'm done with the D&D tonight. I'm gonna try to see if my wife is still gaming and vibing. But I will talk with y'all later.